Back, and we're going to go ahead and get started with the public comment portion before we get there, because I'm still working off the last list. We thought we finished the staff. Oh, we'll get to staff, but let me address the public comment piece real quick. We have enough public comment for about 4 hours, so if everyone maximizes their time. So I will be here. I'm not going to promise this board is going to be here. So if you really think you have 20 minutes worth, or 10 or 5, as opposed to a simple no or yes, that's your right, but you're also going to be holding up other folks that might actually have other testimony and evidence. So if you're just here to oppose it, that's probably more powerful to hear 10 people go in a row and say no, 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 as opposed to 10 people saying the same story. At the end of the day, the evidence doesn't really matter if all you're saying is just no. But if you really feel that you want to exercise it, I'll be here, but we're not going to have a vote. We'll still have a vote at some point on this project because we're going to hear it out. But just wanted to address that. That's your right to do what you like. You can do Zoom. Okay, we'll get to the applicant, staff questions. Staff presentation. It's been a long night. Staff presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. James McDevitt with Development Services. I have been sworn. The applicant presented on Zipperer Road project. I'm so sorry. The applicant went through their project detailed, and so I'm going to go through my PowerPoint presentation fairly quickly, but I'll stop and highlight some of the more important parts. We know where we are. We're just north of the Bus Barn project. Zipperer Road project is approximately 55.79 acres. It's north of State Road 64 along the east side of Zipperer Road. The proposal is another rezone to PDR with a preliminary site plan for 167 single-family detached dwelling units at a density of approximately 2.99 dwelling units per gross acre. They are proposing access through Zipperer Road and one cross-access to Bus Barn. What I wanted to mention is that there's also a personal wireless service facility that's existing. There's a 250-foot lattice tower on site, and the specific approval is only for that one existing structure. The two projects were encouraged to work together to provide better design, more cohesive, and it's encouraged in our comprehensive plan for inter-neighborhood ties, and so this helps fulfill that plan. I also wanted to mention that neither of these projects are designated affordable housing through Livable Manatee, so there's no density bonuses applied here. The applicant did also proffer stipulations. And here's the site plan. So as I mentioned, there is an existing personal wireless service facility. It has a fall down radius of not more than 50 feet. The applicant provided a document that attests to that, and that's been included with the agenda packet for your review. Also, the joint planning agreement that the applicants both projects have been referencing, that's also been included with the agenda packet. As I mentioned, the existing lattice tower does not conform to the LDC requirements for personal wireless service facilities in the planned development residential zoning district, and so the applicant is requesting a specific approval. They're making no changes to that. There is access and maintenance easements that will need to be redesigned to fit the new layout of the project, but there's no changes to the personal wireless service facility itself. The applicant did hold two virtual neighborhood workshops. The first one was in July of 2024, where they discussed with members of the public about sewer connectivity, natural gas availability, and the potential of impact on water resources. In the second one, also held virtually, was in November of 2025, where the conversation surrounded stormwater management, traffic impacts, property boundaries and buffers, environmental concerns, road improvements, and neighborhood features. So on this location map, you can see that below is the Bus Barn project. There is a label there that says Bus Barn CPA. There is no CPA associated with these requests. The CPA was to change it back to the UF3 future land use, which it now had been approved and is currently today. To the north, we have single-family residences with mobile homes and grazing properties. There are vacant acreage, single-family residences, and government-owned vacant public school land to the south. East is single-family residences. To the west is single-family residences and mobile homes. It's the same as the project below, where it's got the UF3 future land use classification and then also the A general agriculture zoning district. There, the site history again is that special permit for that 250-foot lattice tower and a final site plan to continue that approval process for it. There is existing county potable water. There is no existing wastewater infrastructure on Zipperer Road. There is existing county 10-inch force main along Waterline Road to the north. And there is no county reclaimed water currently for the project. So drainage modeling is to demonstrate utilization of the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data and utilize the Mill Creek Watershed Management Plan. The project is within the Mill Creek watershed and shall be required to reduce the calculated pre-development flow rate for a full 50%. The comparison of pre- and post-development conditions shall be included results in terms of runoff and staging. Any fill within the 100-year floodplain shall be compensated by the creation of an equal or greater storage volume with seasonal high water table, and those compensations shall be compensated in sole use compensation areas, not dual use facilities. Here we have a similar map as what was previously shown, now the site being Zipperer Road, and the comparison of Mill Creek. And there's a zoom in of those two. Their nearest thoroughfare is State Road 64. Adopted level of service is C with an existing level of service B. That asterisk is denoting existing level of service does not account for the trips from approved projects which have not been constructed. The future level of service is F with two asterisks denoting that the future level of service both with or without the project is anticipated to be F unless State Road 64 is widened from 2 4 lanes, which is required to maintain the level of service standard C. This application was reviewed for consistency with the comprehensive plan and compliance with the Land Development Code. Positive aspects, the UF3 future land use anticipates this type of low-density residential development, and it's located west of the FDAM, where potable water facilities are available. Their project is proposing 49% open space, nearly double of the required open space of 25%. They are also proposing 30-foot wetland buffers exceeding the state minimums. It is adjacent to agricultural uses, which may create noise, light, and other adverse impacts. They will have to provide a an agricultural setback to offset that word adjacent to those agricultural uses. The project proposes significantly smaller lot sizes than compared to the surrounding parcels, which are majority 5 to 5 acre parcels. The existing personal wireless service facility within the project exceeds the maximum height allowed. That's why there's that specific approval. The project takes access from Zipperer Road, which is a substandard road. There's been a lot of talk already about how the applicant is required to upgrade the road from State Road 64 to the project entrance. There is no existing sanitary sewer, and there are 0.178 acres of wetland impacts and 0.014 acres of wetland buffer impacts. The maximum development potential has been reduced as a result of that. The existing personal wireless facility, like I already mentioned, is the specific approval, and the applicant will have to upgrade Zipperer Road to State Road 64. Here are some of the highlighted stipulations, which is a notice to buyers about the presence of agricultural uses. Also, a similar stipulation to the one that was in Bus Barn. The project is limited to 100 units, with the remaining 67 permitted only when the second means of access is approved. From development review, the applicant will be required to enter an agreement with the county for the improvements to Zipperer Road, and that the development will utilize the NOAA Atlas 14. Planning Commission recommended approval 3-2, and the same public comment issues were on this one as the previous, with density, compatibility, flooding, wildlife, Zipperer Road tree preservation, and traffic and utilities. In conclusion, the request can be found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and in compliance with the applicable standards of the Land Development Code. Additional analysis will be performed at time of final site plan for compliance with the zoning ordinance, with the Land Development Code, and the comprehensive plan. Thank you, and staff is here if you have questions.
Commissioner Bearden, you had a few questions last time around. Did you want to ask them of staff? Okay. My only question of staff is to revisit the watershed basin map again. The specific question I had was, what, if any, projects do we have in the CIP focused on drainage improvements as part of that system?
Denise Greer for staff, and I have been sworn. We do have some improvements being done over on Sand Branch, but that is further to the east. All that we have in the vicinity at the present time is the revised Mill Creek Watershed Management Plan that's submitted to FEMA, which will help identify additional floodplain areas. But that's all that we have right now in that area.
Okay. That's all I had there. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I think we'll jump into public comment now.
Okay.
All right. We'll start with Ms. LaPlante, because we kind of cut into yours last time around, and I still have the list here. Name, county of residence, you have 20 minutes.
Pam LaPlante, Manatee County. I have been sworn. I am a 27-year resident of Zipper Road, and I'm here to oppose the Zipper Road development. First of all, I'm going to try to make this fast, but I have, in case, I think a lot of the people, or some of the people from residents of my street have left already because of the time and the kids and everything. So I just wanted to present, I have a petition signed by 20, that says it's strongly opposing 29 of the 37 homeowners have signed this petition. So I'll give this, so I was going to show it all on the overhead, but I don't want to take up too much time. But anyhow, so here is a petition signed by the majority of the neighbors on Zipper Road and 18th Avenue. We missed a few homes due to fences with dogs in the yard. My neighbor Cecilia and I collected these signatures, and I can tell you everyone we talked to was extremely upset and opposed to the idea of development coming through our quiet little neighborhood. Many of the residents are here today to speak in opposition for themselves. There are some that are not here, but I can assure you that it's not because they are in favor of the development, as was stated by the sellers in the Planning Commission meeting. A large percentage of the neighborhood have contributed to the attorney for representation. I don't believe if they were in favor of this, they would have spent their hard-earned money on him. Some of them cannot get off work, as we are a working-class neighborhood. Some of them are fairly elderly and cannot physically get around well enough to get here today. Everyone we talked to wanted to share when and why they moved out to Zipper Road. The common theme was to be away from the subdivision lifestyle, the traffic, and the noise that it brings. Many moved out here so they could have farm animals. Some are nature lovers that enjoy all the wildlife that we have in our neighborhood. I'm sure a few of them will show pictures today of the different kinds of wildlife that we have. Everyone commented on our beautiful oak hammock and their concern for its harm if development is allowed. I recorded the length of time the residents have lived here next to their names on the petition. As can be seen, the majority of the people on our road have lived here for over 20 years, with many having lived here more than 30 and even 40 years. The longevity is because we love it here in our beautiful, quiet country neighborhood. Please don't destroy our way of life and everything we have worked hard for all these years just to maximize the profit of a couple families and developers. Okay, the road. This is the one, I don't even know where to begin speaking of the problems with the road. First of all, I'm trying to wrap my head around how it is suggested that the road will be improved by merely adding a foot on either side of this road, which is what the developer tells us the county will allow. This is wrong on so many levels. I'm trying to figure out the reason why this is even being projected as an option. Is it the developer selling this idea on widening the road a couple feet because they don't want to spend the money to have it done correctly, yet knowing it will fail and the county will have to come in and do it correctly at the taxpayer's expense? At first, I thought maybe it was their way of trying to save the oak hammock, but However, it is obvious that saving the oak hammock would be impossible, even with adding only a foot on either side of the road. I'm sure the road is not thick enough to merely add a foot on either side of the road, as it's just a chip milling road. And I would assume to build the proper base, that whole road would have to be dug up to put the base in to make it into an asphalt road. And that would affect a lot more of the trees when you're digging down into the root systems. Furthermore, since currently the closest sewer lines on State Road 60 are on State Road 64, the plans show a 6-inch forced main coming from 64 all the way down the west side of Zipper Road to the new development. Nobody's mentioned that yet today, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. If you look in the plans, you can see it. I'll spare you trying to put it on the projector, but it's there. Just take a look at that. So digging up the west side of the Zipper Road to add that sewer line is surely going to destroy any of the remaining trees that could have possibly been saved. Not only would we lose our oak hammock, we were told in one of the neighborhood meetings that ultimately we wouldn't even be able to tie into that sewer system because we would need to have lift stations in order to do that, and it would be cost prohibitive. Furthermore, the plans show the only sidewalk will be 1,000 feet in front of the development right on Zipper Road. This 1,000 feet would run the full width of my property. Assuming the county has a 50-foot right-of-way, I do need to show you this picture. Where is the...
Just put it down there in front of you.
Okay. This, assuming the county has a 50-foot right-of-way easement, this is 25 feet between these two cones. I have 4 huge oak trees right here that the cone comes right up to. So if they're going to put in a sidewalk right here, first of all, this is the ditch. This is where all the stormwater from my property from back to front runs down into this ditch. If they're going to put a sidewalk there, then I'm assuming they're going to have to put in a storm drain there and then cover it with the sidewalk. That's going to back up the water that normally drains off my property and likely flooding out my house. I apologize, I'm trying to go fast. Okay, and lastly, commissioners, I hope that if nothing else, you read the school report where it was stated that they are extremely concerned about the students and the lack of sidewalks from the development to State Road 64 where the bus stop is. It states the road is too narrow for the bus to come down, therefore the bus stop has to stay at the corner of 64 and Zipper Road. The school board recommends sidewalks all the way to 64. The development only plans on putting the 1,000 feet of sidewalk in front of the development. Therefore, the kids walking in the road are left walking in the road unless they are driven to the bus stop. So I encourage you, if you haven't yet seen the staff report, if you could please read that portion of it. I heard the solution to the lack of sidewalks on Zipper Road, excuse me. I heard that the solution to the lack of sidewalks on Zipper Road beyond the 1,000 feet was the kids were to be directed to a bus stop off Palm Grove. That will not help the children on Zipper Road, as they will still have to walk to the bus stop either way, whether they're walking south or whether they're walking north. And that's if they want to walk the 1.5 miles to the Palm Grove bus stop. And furthermore, it states in the, I know someone said, oh, it's not going to be gated. Well, according to the staff report that's posted, or not that, I don't know, yes, that's the staff report, it says that it will be gated. So will it or won't it? So if the kids were going to even try to walk to that bus stop, assuming it would be gated, then they're going to have to breach the gates to go through there. I can't believe there's no mention of any of that in the negative aspects of the staff report. I'm shocked and angry at the apparent disregard for the safety and welfare of the children of Zipper Road. Now that the students will have to be walking in the road that has traffic from the additional 289 homes. That would be roughly 600 additional cars. If this rezone and development application is approved and one of our school children gets hit by a car, hurt or killed on Zipper Road, that will be on you, commissioners and staff. You will be if you're willing to take that risk just to appease 2 families and 2 developers. And another thing too, I just wanted to bring up, they keep referring to how nobody will use the Zipper Road entrance. Zipper Road is the westernmost entrance of the 2 on that development. 90% of all the amenities are to the west. People aren't going to drive east 1.5 miles through the subdivision to get on the traffic circle to head back west on 64. That's just not realistic. Ultimately, 64 or the Zipper Road entrance will definitely be the more used of the entrances. I mean, it's only common sense. And as far as vehicles being able to pass each other on the street, well, here's the other day, that's the garbage man, and that's our road. I'm not seeing very much space. I don't know how they angled their pictures to make them look like they did, but this is a picture I took. And there, as you can see, there's only a few feet on either side of the garbage man. And this is a picture of the hammock. The hammock is not nearly as torn up as they make it sound. Yeah, it got hit by Milton. It lost a lot of leaves and branches, but it's coming back just fine. And then lastly, this one just shows pictures of the trees and how close they are to the road. And that's the east side of the road. The west side of the road will be completely decimated just by putting in the sewer lines. I will let somebody else speak as to the flooding because I'm sure that plenty of people will. I just want to say quickly, as far as the incompatibility, I mean, it's just completely incompatible having PDR zoning in the middle of all our homes. We have so many different kinds of farm animals. We have people that shoot guns, and I could just hear all those city folks that move into those houses calling code enforcement or the police every other day because of all their complaints. And then lastly, just want to address a little bit. If the sellers speak in favor of this development as they did during the Planning Commission, you may hear the claim that the property is no longer viable, the property they're selling is no longer viable for agricultural use, and that holding on to it has become financially burdensome. I'm not an agricultural professional, but it is likely that a 50-acre parcel is generally not considered sufficient to support a full-scale commercial cattle operation. That suggests that land has likely functioned as a limited or secondary agricultural use rather than a primary source of income. Additionally, as discussed during the Planning Commission meeting, the property owners appear to have established professional careers outside of agricultural. While I respect their right to sell their property, it is important to note that the inability to rezone does not eliminate their options. The property could be subdivided and sold in compliance with its current agricultural zoning, which remains a viable and valuable use. I would also like to address the claim the property is landlocked. The statement is not accurate. There is an existing access point directly across from my house. While it has not been used in the 27 years I have lived there, its existence indicates that the property is not landlocked and may have additional access options as well. And aside from the grandson, Mr. Earl Moran was the only one who lived on that property in the last 20 years. I knew him personally, and like many neighbors, remember him as a kind presence in our community who cared deeply about his land. We used to visit him when he was placed in a nursing home where he remained for several years until his passing. It was really sad to see him in that nursing home. My intent today is not to challenge anyone's right to sell their land, but to ensure the decisions are based on accurate information and a clear understanding of the realistic alternatives that exist under the current zoning. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just make sure you get those exhibits over to the clerk. Thank you very much. So of folks signed up for item 7, I'll just finish off with Randy Katzman. Are you still here, Randy? All right. Just come up, state your name, county of residence, and you have 10 minutes.
My name is Randy Katzman. I have been sworn in. I'm a resident of Manatee County. My 5 acres border Zipper Road and 18th, so I'm kind of getting a double whammy. Mostly everything's been said. I do want to add to the fact that when those vehicles that live on the west side of the developments are leaving for work or coming back from work, most of them will be going west on 64 to Bradenton, the interstate, whatever. They're going to use Zipper Road and not drive to the circle being built. I just don't see that as being a logical reasoning. I just want to mention one more thing about the drainage. I've had my property flood twice. I have a pond that I stocked with tilapia when I built our house in 2002. 3 years ago, we had a storm, the ditches overflowed, and I had hundreds of tilapia that died from chemicals and whatever flowed into the ditch. Last year, during the hurricane, the ditches overflowed into my pond, and then my pond overflowed into my field. When the drainage started after the hurricane, my wife and I were out there in puddles picking up baby tilapia and throwing them back in my pond. I have 5 or 6 painted turtles. I have 2 soft-shell turtles, and I have baby tilapia in the pond. One more thing. I understand that 18th will be an access only for emergencies. What about when they're building the development? Are trucks going to be going in and out of that road? Because if it does, being a single-lane road, we'll never get out of our properties. My driveway is on 18th Street or 18th Avenue. So no one's addressed that, whether they're using 18th for construction. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll circle back real quick to the folks who already spoke. Just give you the rest of your time. Mr. Marino, you have 10 minutes left. Do you want to cover anything else that you haven't covered already? Okay. Andrew, we'll go back to you, and then we'll go to the items. I have folks I have signed up for item 8, and then it's a free-for-all.
Hello, my name is Greg Marino. I am sworn in and a resident of Manatee County and appearing as an affected party of record. You've heard me here before just a few minutes ago, so the presentation I shared with the board and the applicants is somewhat duplicit of what I'm going to share before currently, so I'm going to go through the items that are different between the bus barn and Zipper Road. So the first thing I want to address before we jump into this, because I do have 10 minutes, is that the applicants, both for Zipper Road and the bus barn, were up here before talking about the traffic. So I want to address that really quick. So one of the applicants said that the road system is at a LOS of B. If they were to actually look at the staff report, the staff clearly defines at the volume to capacity ratio that the number of cars they think are on the road divided by the theoretical capacity, the computer splits it out at LOS of a D. So we want to make that very clear. The other thing they did is they brought up this graph on the Florida Department of Transportation showing this historical trend, and the issue there is that the data typically looks at historical data in the rearview mirror. It doesn't account for the 7,200 ghost trips that are already averaged, and both of the applicants did not include that in their traffic impact analysis. The other thing that they talked about too, and I don't have the specifics, but they talked about 2 trips a day, 3 trips a day into this area here. But let's look at the facts here, is that using the ITE trip generation manual 11th edition, we look at the density of these 2 properties. So for Zipper Road, for the average number of units for that residential is 9.5 trips a day at 167 units, and that gives you 1,500 trips a day. And then the second one is a bus barn, which is rated for 122 units at 9.96 trips per day. So you're talking about over 2,800 trips per day. So I just want to set for the record that it's not a light lift, it's a heavy lift. I'm now going to move down real quick to the differences or the flaws in the traffic impact analysis of the Zipper Road. And let's don't forget the ghost trips that were not included in each of the traffic impact analysis for each of the applicants. So when we look at the traffic impact analysis of Zipper Road, there's really 4 flaws. The first one, I've said many times, these ghost trips was not included, and that is a fact. Those facilities will be built, they'll be used, it'll add to the factor. The second one is a speed and friction delays. The staff report claims an LOS of D based on their issues of their items. And you'll see this very quickly in the actual exhibits, exhibited 9.7 miles per hour, which puts the roads at a failure. The third one is the ghost capacity mitigation. The project consistency relies on widening Lorraine Road and the capacity offset. Now that Lorraine Road and that program is now deferred, it throws everything off. So we really can't admit the study, the traffic impact analysis of Zipper Road. And then the fourth one is the operational hazard, is that their traffic impact analysis ignores adjacent intersection spillback, which you'll see in the exhibits in the next few minutes, is that I experienced a 1,500 Q tail from Savannah into the 64 Rye Road circle. Now let's move into the exhibits. So everybody knows that everybody's clear, is that I have 7 exhibits. I'm not going to show all of them because I want to make sure that I get my time in my closing remarks. Is I purchased a camera that has GPS, front and rear, cameras on it with miles per hour average. So that's the evidence that is submitted to the record. So you guys can watch those videos at any time you want. I'm going to share some of the points. The first exhibit here is demonstrating comparative corridor stress test. So what we did here is that on 126 at 452 and 449, we took a trip from Serenity Creek off White Eagle to the East Manatee Firehouse. Nice little ride. And then the second one is a Mariposa, which is on Lorraine, and took a ride over to Wendy's. What's interesting is that both of the corridors showed a failure rate or observed speed of 15 miles an hour, which is a level service F, where the legal minimum speed is 24.1 miles per hour for a D. The results, this is non-concurrent under policy 5.2.2.1. That's the first exhibit. Let me just move to those exhibits so you can see that. I apologize for the disconnect, but there's your examples there for the record. I think the next one I want to bring up, I think is really important because a few of the board was concerned about safety. So the second exhibit shows the fire rescue travel from Rye Road towards Mill Creek on 126 at 7:30 a.m. That ride took 9 minutes for 1.8 miles per hour. If you look at the life safety response, which is roughly 4 to 6 minutes, at 9 minutes you've exceeded the threshold and the survivability of somebody choking or cardiac arrest. This finding basically says that the segment of this road is a complete failure. Hold on a second, I'm trying to make sure we're all connected. Okay, so we all got the right stuff. The next item I want to share, since I have 3 minutes left here. All right, I think here's, the next one I want to show is Exhibit D. Exhibit D is the evening rush from Lorraine to the 64 roundabout towards the fire station, roughly 2.6 miles. This was done on 123 at 4:59 p.m. What we're experiencing here is a 12 to 1300 queue, if you can see in red, and that's a critical saturation point for that road system. The point is that this road system has zero spare capacity. Any additional development, not including all the ghost rides, put this road in complete failure beyond expectations. So that is that one. And then the next one I want to share is the last one. So on 123, I decided to hop in my car at 524 and take a ride from my house through 7-Eleven on 64 up to Rye Road via 64. And I experienced a clear failure in the road system. So what did we experience? The first one was just going less than a mile. My average speed was 9.7 miles, was a failure. There was egress delay. It took 70 seconds. And the roundabout, it took me 5 minutes, literally, to go there. And you have full video of this, if you'd like to see all the details. But what you'll see here in the actual video is the miles per hour, the actual GPS, and how slow it is. So you're pretty much at a full system failure on the road system already without all the additional roads. And then the last one, how am I doing on time? I got 125, so I'm going to skip. And you guys, this is all for the record. We have egress failures, both on Waterline, which a lot of these developments are going to be using, and then certainly in our area. So my closing statement is this. As I close this evidence, I ask you to look past the site plans and the cumulative math of failure. The applicants have presented two separate snapshots of fiction. They want you to believe that the bus barn is better than houses and the zipper is just a few more cars. But the asphalt reality, sworn into the record today, that the road does not care about the types of trips. It only cares about capacity, and the capacity is gone. My audit has proven undeniable the facts that the staff report ignored. One, system saturation. Second, the data is incomplete. And third, the cost of humans. Every second we add a 9-minute emergency response delay is a second we steal from a resident of cardiac arrest or fire in a house. The developers' lesser of two evils argue it's a trap. You are not required to choose the best of the worst. You are required by law to deny any project that breaks the promises of the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good timing. Thank you.
Just make sure all those exhibits are passed over, emailed over.
You got them all. We're all set. Yep.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Ms. Griffin, I'll give you 6 minutes. You left a minute off when we ended your last testimony.
I appreciate it. Andrew Griffin, Manatee County activist, advocate. I have been sworn in. What we're going to find out here is, because I've been at the Planning Commission with this, now we're here, is, and some of the information that was provided by the citizens here, you guys can clearly see it doesn't take a scientific figure. It doesn't take a huge degree. It doesn't take an arborist degree to look at that canopy road and know there's no place to move it. There's no widening of that road. So in order for you to approve this project, or these projects, I should say, you're going to have to widen that road. So the decision of this board today really is, are we going to save the canopies or not? Because this is a step right? They say, oh, we're not going to be removing these trees. We are just going to expand the road a foot on either side, make it 20 feet. And you know that once they get there and they evaluate it, they realize, oh, we can't do that. We're going to have to take the trees. And then you guys are going to have to come up here, and because it's already been approved, you're going to have to say, you know, we tried to save those trees, but we couldn't. And at the end of the day, we just spent over $3 million yesterday preserving land, and we can't preserve some of our cherished items here. We're not asking for a lot, but the canopy roads must be saved. And unfortunately, this project is not good for the area because in order for us to make it work, we have to take the trees. They're going to keep saying that I'm not an arborist and that we had an arborist come here. And he already said right off the bat, there's going to have to be 2 trees up front. That's already taken. He talks about some bottlenecking. He didn't really explain, and he's not here to follow up any other questions. So it is my position, based upon his statement, that you would have to remove trees. There's no widening. Never mind the fact that people ride their horses up and down these roads out there. Okay? So we literally have people on horses out there that we're not even being able to put a garbage truck. Is there something funny, George? Miss Knapp? Anything funny over there? Okay, I'm talking. Thank you. So we've got to really look at this. If you can't add any more road on there and you can't even barely get a garbage truck, what's going to happen when those big trucks are coming out of that project? These are things you guys really have to ask yourselves. And now you're being told that it takes 9 minutes to get emergency services out there. And we're not even looking at the people in homes that are dying because they're not getting services. I'm only looking at the people that are dying on our roadways. So something's got to give, guys. I mean, this is not the right project now. It's just not. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I keep hearing phones go off and alarms. Can you all please silence those devices? It's rude to the speakers here. Okay, I'm going to go on to my item 8 list. I'll start there. William Riley. Still here? All right. You get 10 minutes.
My name is William Riley. I'm a 38-and-a-half-year resident of Zipper Road, and I have been sworn. In the Planning Commission, I was told that a statement was made that water does not flow uphill. We all know that that is a true statement, okay? But when a runoff or property is raised, which they're going to have to do to the Zipper Road project, they're going to have to raise that property up in order to make it to where they can build on it. Okay, that's in a sense creating a dam. That dam's going to back water up. That water's going to end up on us on Zipper Road. Okay, we already get the water from, I think it's called the bus barn, because they've raised that property up and so forth. And I have a couple of pictures. I have one of my home, actually. I couldn't find a bait shop, okay, to get any bait to go fishing because I could fish out my front door.
Can you load that in the overhead?
It's an overhead, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. This area here is water. This is the grass edge of Zipper Road. The ditch is starting here. Okay. When I moved out there, my wife and I, we had horses, okay? We have animals. We can't have horses because of this here, okay? I'd be in the Manatee County Jail for cruelty to animals, okay, if I allowed my horses to run in that right there. That's one picture. That's in front of my home. This is another
Can you
picture.
rotate that one?
Okay.
There you go.
That's another picture of my property, okay, in the front. If you look where the telephone pole is, in my mailbox, okay, you can see the dark line, that is actually Zipper Road. That grass area, that is the ditch, okay? That water's coming from south of me, okay? And when it comes down Zipper Road on both sides, it is running, and I mean like a tidal wave. Okay, it goes to another location, which I'll show you on this next picture. Up in this area, there's, I'm going to call it a junction box. The water comes from the north end of Zipper Road on Pam's side, south to the junction box. It comes to that junction box from the south going north on my side. My home's on the west side of Zipper Road. That water then crosses under Zipper Road and travels east down 18th Avenue, where then it makes a turn and it ends up crossing the Moran property. Okay? Now, when they raise that up, I ask you, where's that water going to go? Okay? And I'll tell you about a little, I know, not long ago, there used to be a dairy on 675 called Dakin Dairy, okay, just outside of Parrish. There's a residential area where the water used to flow down to Jim Davis Road. That was all filled in. Now that water flows across 675, okay, and down Jim Davis Road. And actually, I think last year, a year before, 675 was closed because of that, okay? That's the only pictures that I have. There are school kids that walk down Zipper Road at the present, okay? If there's 160-something homes going in there, me personally, I've got 2 cars at my home. I have a car and a truck. That's 160-something cars coming out of that residential area. They're not going to go through Mr. Neal's property to get to 64 when they can come through my property. Or, I mean, excuse me, down Zipper Road. Okay, why? That would be stupid. Common sense, come down Zipper Road. And I have seen weddings, or not weddings, but wedding photos being taken because of our oak canopy. I've seen people come out and admire, just sit and look at that canopy. That's because it's a beautiful place in Manatee County. Think back years ago for those of you that have been here. Manatee Avenue used to have oaks across it when it was a 2-lane. Where are they now? Okay? All kinds of buildings and so forth have destroyed them. Don't destroy our area. Okay? And I heard someone say there was no schools in the area. How about Lake Manatee K through 8? I think that's exactly 2 miles from my house. Okay? Any school children will have to walk because school buses don't pick up over 2 miles. I mean, unless it's over 2 miles. Okay? I've had, like I said earlier, I had a county commissioner and his aide come out to my home, one setting and one previous. We walked that area. I complained back then. I've complained about school buses getting past there at 64 when my grandchildren are getting on the bus. Okay? God forbid any of them get hit with cars or get killed. But if y'all approve this, okay, like a lady said earlier, you're going to endanger kids, okay? And for what? So 2 developers can save money and join their projects, okay? When they don't have to have the 2 exits and the one, okay, because they don't want to pay the money to a gentleman off of Rye Road, one person, okay, they'd have an access on the water line. Excuse me, I said Rye Road, on the water line. But I guess it's too expensive for them to buy that piece of property. Okay. I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you very
I
much.
do
Oh,
too.
go ahead.
I've lived on Zipper Road for 38 and a half years. The Morans have never used an access. I have pictures on my phone, but I can't give them to you. But I have submitted them in the letters that I've sent to the board. Okay? If you look at that access, okay? It's right next to the Chambers property, okay? It's actually south of the Chambers property. It's all grown up. There's a fire hydrant on one side and a telephone pole on the other. And the entire time that I've lived out there, that has never, ever been used. So their property is not landlocked. Okay? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I found your emails, so thank you for that. I have Barbara Ficklin up next. All right, and you get 10 minutes.
Hello, I'm Barbara Thicklin, Manatee County resident, Waterline.
Let's move the mic closer to you. There you go.
Manatee County resident, Waterline Road, and I have been sworn. I thank you for allowing me to address the board. I'm here to speak in opposition to Zephyr Road and the bus barn developments. I addressed the board, albeit it was a few different players, about 16 months ago. Mr. Wren, you and I spoke quite a bit about this, and it was on the subject of Waterline Road flooding. Well, I'm back and addressing the same issue, waterline flooding. Chair, you asked where the water from that area goes. I'll show you. Look at the picture. That's my front yard. We have a ditch that bisects our property that's part of the Mill Creek water basin, and that little ditch is not made to hold the water that's going into it now. This is actually after we had the meeting in August about the EMTs, the ambulance building down there. This is that day. Remember I said to you my property's flooding, come down and look at it? This is that day after a decent rainstorm. This isn't a hurricane picture that I brought you 16 months ago. This is a normal, heavy Florida downpour. Okay? Oop, lost my presentation. So do you know what will never help flooding? Further development. Our property on Waterline is bisected by that stream. The new Coddington development abuts our property. They're 3 to 4 feet above us, so all the water runs down and all their water runs into our creek. We experience flooding almost every rainstorm. This did not occur before the Coddington development. Now we're talking about more developments. We live downstream from the proposed Zephyr and bus barn projects. Approving additional development upstream can only make flooding worse, not better. That is not speculation, it's inevitable. It is easy for a stormwater expert to stand up here and say there won't be water impact, but guess what? He doesn't live on our property and he doesn't walk in our shoes. He's not there when all of a sudden we're like, oh my gosh, we're flooding and now we've got to load up horses and trailers and carry them to a property that's high and dry. Therefore, I disagree with his assessment. He also stated something that I wasn't aware of until this weekend. Apparently, these developments pump their ponds into the water basin. Well, this weekend, I was another person affected by that. We had water being pumped into the creek, and I did send the proper channels into the 311, and it was closed out. Just said, you're closed. Nobody ever got in touch with me. So I'm concerned. We have all the developments upstream, Palm Grove, and I don't even know the names of all of them, and now we're going to add 2 more into dumping into the stream, on top of rainstorms that we can't even handle. Removing wetlands and replacing permeable land with houses, concrete. Let me address these pictures, I'm sorry. This picture is, again, my front yard. This is also, I don't even know that I have a picture of the backyard, but this is the front yard with impact from the ditch that is the Mill Creek water basin ditch. Can you, yeah, these are just various pictures of the same, and these happen to be on 3 different rainstorms this past summer. Okay, we're in a drought, but we're getting flooded. And that happens to be Waterline Road, and I do actually believe that's from Milton. So, but that is Waterline Road. That's what we were dealing with. So, thank you. So removing wetlands and replacing permeable land with houses, concrete, and asphalt can only lead to increased runoff and increased flooding. There is no engineering language which changes that basic reality. I understand that denying this project affects one family's significant profit. I can only imagine the price tag on that from Pat Neal. However, a yes vote for these developments will negatively impact dozens of existing families who live in the area. Families who have lived on their land for decades, never intending to leave their family heritage. A yes vote impacts their personal safety, the safety of their homes, their livelihoods due to loss of crops and livestock, and their future. All of this is at risk. Ultimately, your decision doesn't just impact people in flooding. It will further damage the wetlands, waterways, and displace wildlife. This wildlife displacement is evidenced by the farmers around us in the area who are already witnessing an increase of predator activity directed at their livestock. I found a coyote killing a cow just last week. This predator activity is a direct correlation with diminishing natural habitat and food sources, both which have been devoured by our developers. Once land is destroyed, there is no undo button. The rural character of Manatee County, the beauty, one of the reasons many of us live here, is steadily being erased, one board approval at a time. I implore you to work as a cohesive group, not against each other, to do what is right, not what it benefits the few, but what protects the land, the wildlife, and quality of life for the many who trusted you and voted you into your positions. Knowing flooding impacts previously approved developments and what they have caused, I strongly ask you to vote no and prevent further development and harm to our community. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your comment, ma'am. Okay. I have Heidi. I'm not going to get that name right. Sorry. Minikheim. Thank you very much, Ms. Minikheim. And you have 10 minutes.
Okay.
She did? I don't see it on my list here. Did you have petitions?
Do I have a petition, did you say? I did not know. It wasn't me.
No. Oh,
Wasn't me.
okay. But
Yes.
that was a
that's okay.
different one.
I'm Heidi
Go ahead,
Minikheim. I was sworn in, and I'm a Manatee County resident, and I'm here to speak about the Zipper Road and the bus barn. We know the bus barn development hinges on the Zipper Road development. Let's talk about the Zipper Road. These developments are going to widen a canopy road by removing what trees need to be removed, then adding a 4-foot swale to both sides of the road. We know that there's no way the canopy is ever going to survive this. Have you ever driven down State Route 64? The traffic is horrendous. I avoid 64 as much as possible because of all the developments that connect into 64. They're unsafe. Hundreds of cars pulling in and out of these developments. Then the traffic from Bayside Church. Nobody here for these developments have talked about the Bayside Church. Not only on Sundays is there thousands of cars coming and going, during the week they have meetings, they have Bible readings, they have get-togethers. So the traffic from Bayside is awful. And then you're going to add in, I don't know, over 1,000 cars coming off a Zipper for both developments. Let's talk about traffic. Not only are there just husband and wife coming and going from the house in the morning, and then coming back home from work, and then leaving, say, to take their kids to soccer, piano, whatever. We also have cleaning people coming to these developments. lawn companies, roofing companies, AC companies, pool companies, landscape companies, and healthcare workers. And I know this for a fact because I work in HOAs every day, so I see all the traffic coming and going out of these HOAs. So it's not just the owners of the houses, it's all of the extra traffic that comes and goes. There are currently 6,000 houses available for sale on the market in Manatee County. And if you drive down State Route 64, there are houses available in the $300,000 range. So now we need more $300,000 houses. And then who's buying these houses? A lot of times it's big corporations buying these houses and renting them out. So it doesn't really solve the problem of first-time homeowners. Do we really need more housing? We have no water. As we know, Swift Mud has put out alerts that we don't have any water. Where are we going to get the water for all these new houses? And then let's talk about the poop water. We are discharging how much sewer water into our bay, and then we want to do deep well injections of sewer water? Come on. Like, where's the sewer water going to go, guys? And don't give me that look, George. I saw that look because I've done that to me before.
Commissioners, let's keep it civil.
So, where's the water going to come from? Zipper Road is a rural community, and when you rezone housing developments around these areas, you know you're going to have complaints from the residents of the new HOAs with the current agricultural people that are there. They're going to complain about cows, pigs, chickens, horses, a dog barking. This is what happens. This is what happened on Lorraine Road, on the north end of Lorraine Road. A lot of the original people got pushed out by these developments, and the people were constantly calling codes enforcement on them for shooting their guns into their berms, which they were zoned agricultural, even though the HOA behind them was not agricultural. We know this is going to be an issue, so we're asking the board today to do the right thing and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Brief comment on the sewage. That's City of Bradenton's discharges, not the county. I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to go on everything, but to their credit, they are investing $100 million in addressing those issues, so I don't just want to throw them under the bus. So I'll have Martin Hyde for 10 minutes, and then we'll start lining up for action. Martin Hyde, and then I'll get to the 10-minute speakers that I know I have, and then we'll line up.
It won't be 10 minutes.
Okay.
Just going to switch it back on because battery almost ran out. 12 hours, a long time, right? So just bear with me one
Certainly.
second.
And just name county residents, please.
Okay, my name is Martin Hyde. I don't live in Manatee County. I have a peripheral interest. I ran for Congress that was largely in Manatee County, and
Have you been sworn?
Maybe one of these days we'll run for something else. Anyway,
Have you been sworn?
yes, I have.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you. So
Good to go.
all the housekeeping to one side, and coming at it from a slightly different level because. Watching these hearings, I mentioned it to a couple of people, it kind of reminds me of watching an episode of Dateline. People's hearts start racing as at the start one hears one set of alleged facts from the prosecution, and then one hears a completely contradictory narrative from the defense. Obviously, simply put, each side is putting their best points while trying to convince the jury, you seven, that inconsistencies either don't really exist or are irrelevant. Preservation of all of the trees, except the ones that they have to remove, which somewhat conveniently, according to the applicant's arborist, are the ones that are in poor condition. No sidewalk, but no additional danger, despite the increased traffic. I would love to hear someone explain how that one works. Back to the whole Dateline thing, murder weapon, forensics, motive, and opportunity should be what decides the outcome of a jury trial. Eyewitness testimony, though, is notoriously unreliable because humans aren't always consistent. They're certainly not always truthful, and therefore they're not necessarily always reliable. But both sides bring their spin, and both are somewhat selective with their usage of facts and opinions, which incidentally, facts and opinions aren't the same thing. To me, though, on this, for one side, the motivation is perfectly clear and perfectly reasonable. It's money. And on the other side, it's quality of life. Ultimately, especially our federal government, they print more money every day. But life and its quality is much less easily replaced. The two projects are obviously contingent upon each other, but that's the developer's problem, not this board's. One comment I do believe, one statement rather, I do believe was by Mr. Neal today, which was that, to quote him, he controls his subcontractors with his check. One might reasonably suggest that controlling things with checks is not limited to his subcontractors. That said, those days are at an end in Manatee County when candidates sympathetic to development interests can be imposed upon an unsuspecting electorate, as evidenced by the 2024 elections. It remains one of the truest idioms of life that money is the root of all evil. Tinkering with a beautiful, quiet road solely to facilitate the creation of wealth for a few people is not going to be acceptable to the residents of Zipper Road. And frankly, it's not going to be acceptable to the majority of the electorate in Manatee County in 2026. The term transitioning was used by the applicants to describe the radical change from old Florida to urban sprawl. But that's exactly what constituents don't want. Commissioners are not really in a difficult spot here, as the choice is a simple one. You can vote to approve this environmental vandalism, and in return, you'll be guaranteed a cardboard box in the fall of this year or in 2028 to remove your personal effects from your office. The regional sentiment, whether the developers like it or not, is overwhelmingly against this kind of project. Going against public sentiment always ends the same way, either this year or in 2028. The choice is door A, which is community opinion and interest, which comes with elected office, or siding with special interest donors and going out the exit door, which is marked B. There is no door C.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a William Moran here? You do, sir. All right, come on up. You got 20 minutes.
Can I have my PowerPoint, please?
And the overhead on, please.
I don't need the overhead.
Oh,
That's
okay.
just some other stuff.
Disregard that.
Okay, I'm a prosecutor by trade, and we deal with facts and not opinions, so I got a lot of facts to share with you. That's my great-great-grandfather, and his son, and my dad, and I'm William Earl Moran, Jr. This is a census from 1900. He appears on line 20. Here's it blown up, where you can see he and my great-grandfather signed their occupation was farmers. What's interesting here, they had to note where they were born and where their father was born. His father was born in Ireland, and his mother was born in Florida before Florida was a state. And we don't know how far we go back. That's my dad in his school days in Palmetto, and that's him with his young family, and that is his legacy, and that's why we're here today. And that's not one family, it's about 18 separate families, but yes, we are all related. A lot of talk about the country atmosphere and the description, so it's important to know what we're looking at. This is Zipper Road, starting with the first structure. It's an office building, 1 story. That's Dieter sod. He brings pallets of sod out through the canopy on his tractor trailer, and there's a big mound of dirt. He puts sells dirt with a mini wheel dump truck. Next one is a 2-acre single-family residence. That is, there's no farming, no animals there. Next one's a subdivided flag lot, no animals, no farming. Heidi Acres subdivision, no animals, no farming. This one's been zoned PDR already. It's a Snyder subdivision, no animals, no farming. Same for this one. This one is the next lot. It's the one that touches the bus barn property going on. Zoning PDR, right down Zipper Road. No animals, no farming. And the next one, still in the subdivision, no animals, no farming. Going back to the front, across from that subdivision, on the other side of Zipper Road, Zoned A, 3.5 acres, no animals, no farming. A1, 3.64, no animals, no farming. 4.17, no animals, no farming. This is Mr. Riley's residence, 1 acre, A1, no animals, no farming. There's a 1 acre lot behind him. There's another 1 acre lot on Zipper Road. There is a 2 acre lot behind that one. All these, they don't have any animals, any farming. The only animals that we can see on Zipper Road that are considered farm animals is this property here. It's a 3.6 zoned A. As you can see, it's pretty much a sand lot. There's a few goats there. There's maybe a cow in the back. If you look down at the bottom of the screen, that's the house. That's Earl Bailey's old house. And there's 1, 2, 3 travel trailers and somebody living in one of those travel trailers. But we don't care what they do on their side of the fence, right? None of our business, but this is the neighborhood, right? Just trying to show you this is not the Ponderosa. This is a cut-up residential neighborhood with county water in place. The next one you'll see is 0.288 acres, less than a third of an acre. You'll see that little shell circle underneath that box. That is a commercial boat and RV storage business. Next to that 1/4 acre lot, and that little house right there, built in 1975, and the house next to him was an earlier speaker. She talked about the country way of life. She moved next to that 1/4 acre lot to establish her country way of life, and now has a commercial business as a neighbor. Her other neighbor is 1.92 acre lot. Now on 18th Avenue, what we're looking at is a 1 acre, single family residential, no farming, no animals. That used to be 5 acres and part of 10 acres. It was Miss Roberts' place. She sold 5 to Lampum, and Lampum built that house, and that's been subdivided. Now there's 3 lots there. The next one is 3.7 acres, zoned A, with a single wide mobile home, no farm, no animals, but he does have another boat storage business there. This is a topo map. Those black lines there shows you where every drop of the water goes. This is your topo map from Manatee County. I did 6 years Manatee County surveying in your transportation department. I did most of your stormwater surveys back in the day. If you go from the top corner down, you'll see that goes to the wetland. Those dark white squiggly lines, those are ditches. Those are 1 foot increments in elevation. Any of you with an engineering background, you understand what we're looking at here. Mr. Riley did make a true statement. Water does not run uphill, and not a drop of this water will ever get on Zipper Road. The wetland that you see is that squiggly area that kind of snakes around. That's been the wetland for a long time. I'll show you. This is a blown up representation of that same map, your data. If you look at Zipper, there's a black circle that says 37. That's 37 feet. Next to that, it says 36. Next to that, it says 35. If you go down to the E, under that, it says 32. I submit, not a drop of water is going to run 5 feet uphill and get on him. If you look behind his property, that's where all the water comes from. He said it comes from behind me, if you listen to it. What's happened is everybody put a home on a cow pasture, they built a mound, and they put a house on it. And it destroyed the way the water flowed. Without engineering, without mitigation, without planning, nothing. That's why they have the problems. It's not because of anything that happened downhill. And never, ever is a drop of our water going to get on top of their land. This is the bus bar. This is our project here. As you can see, you look at all the way over to the left, Zipper Road and 18th Avenue. That water comes about halfway and it runs up to where? That mitigation pond, where we catch it, we retain it, and a 50% reduction downstream. Same thing happens in the L1, just to the right. Same thing happens in the L2. Our water, we catch 50% reduction in runoff. That person who was talking from Waterline Road, she ought to be up here begging you guys to approve this. 50% less for them is great.
Can you move the
How does that
microphone a little
help
bit
Zipper?
closer to you? Microphone a little bit closer to you, please.
How does that help the people on Zipper? They now have a dedicated place for their water to go. He even said it. It runs to 18th and it goes down and then it cuts over. Now there's a place for it to go. It's not just going to sheet flow wild out into the wetlands. Now we're going to grab it, catch it, hold it, and metered controlled flow out with a 50% reduction. That's good for everybody. This is an aerial from 1973 showing you that the way the water, the land and the ditches, they've been there before anybody was there except for us and 6 neighbors. And the bus barn property, that's that. You can see where the dot is. That's our property. Just to the south of that is the bus barn. This is a property where some of the people have bought houses near or in the wetland. They buy the wetlands, and then they complain that the wetland is wet. But they still try and sell them for development. But they come up here and they speak and they protest against us. This is the back of the property. Also, it doesn't run uphill and get to Sand Creek. It never has. It never will. If you look all the way to the left, you'll see 54. These are 1 foot increments. So if you count every white line till you get to 61, then you'll see it goes 59, 57, and that's the Sand Creek. We heard a lot about the Sand Creek. I bet you've heard all kinds of stuff about the Sand Creek. If this guy wanted to develop on the Sand Creek, he would protest him. Because he's right on top of Sand Creek with a septic tank. 1940, no trees on Zipper Road. That canopy's not centuries old. It might be 50 years old or 60 years old, but it's not centuries old. Not a tree in 1940 on Zipper Road. 60 plus years later, aerial photograph 2003, that's still a dirt road. What does that mean? For 60 plus years, we run a road grader right down beside those tender oaks, and they're doing really good. And you can see the canopy only extended to the Harry Dalford's place right there on the corner. It's more now, growed up in somebody's fence line, but this was the canopy. Those are even less old, those other trees. This is that photo. That's 20 foot wide. That's a full-size semi and a full-size pickup truck and enough room between to drive a golf cart. And the semi is about 3 foot off the edge of pavement, and the pickup is on the edge of pavement. This is another look. Vehicles in the same place. That's Dieter Sod's first entrance with the time and the date and the location. Wouldn't it be nice to know what this would look like 40 years in the future? Well, I found an oak canopy, 2408 Bel Air Road, Clearwater, Florida. Clearly a 2-lane road.
Hey, folks, you need to silence those phones.
This is another view of Bel Air Road. This is Google Street View. I screenshotted this, so all the data is on top. You can check me. You can see how close to the edge of the pavement these trees are. That's not like, we don't have that problem in Zipper Road. We have 2, possibly 3 on the edge of pavement. The rest are far off the edge of pavement. This is a zoom in on that same shot. That's 2 subcompact cars. That is a huge oak tree on the edge of pavement with a guardrail wrapped around it. It looked pretty good. Now, what's important about that? Those are not subcompact cars. That's Zipper Road today. Well, wait a minute. How do we know how long this road's been there and how much development's been around it? Well, look at the address, 2446 Bel Air Road. This is an aerial photo, fully subdivided in 1984, clearly a 2-lane paved road in that same oak canopy. What does it look like 40 years later? 40 years later, the canopy is still there. How much traffic goes down that road in a day? We heard a lot about traffic. Florida Department of Transportation did a study on Bel Air Road. 15,000 cars a day go down that road and haven't killed those trees yet. We're talking about maybe an extra 100. Zipper Road's wider, and the trees are farther from the road's edge, and traffic will have no impact based on the historical and empirical data. This is an aerial photo from 1973. Where it says 15th Street East, under the 1 is about where 15th Street East is. That is how far we had to go to get groceries. And right under the 5 is Manatee Elementary, and that is where I went to school. And there ain't nothing this side of that. And it was 30 minutes to get to town, and if you forgot it, it stayed forgot. People talk a lot about the traffic. 8:01 a.m. from Zipper Road to this, right across the street to courthouse, 31 minutes. How is that possible? That with all this traffic and all these people, I can get farther than I could in 1973. Well, maybe it's because we have 26 more north-south lanes of travel, right? 16 more east-west lanes of travel. Look at that dot. The dot's in the same place. What's surrounding us? People who said the traffic is bad, they weren't here when we had no roads. They were here when we were building the roads. Nobody wants new neighbors. Nobody. But competent and substantial evidence is the burden of proof needed here. Now, I've shown you from your own databases and state agencies facts. Mr. Heide, he made a good point, right? Facts versus opinions. The fact is, we went above and beyond the minimum to set a new standard for this development in Manatee County. We've shown you how this will benefit even the people who speak against it, especially those downstream and the ones upstream. The ones uphill are going to benefit just like the ones down on Waterline. Because a 50% reduction is 50% better than nothing. There's no valid reason to vote against us. The feller with the traffic stuff, he was talking about Rye Road and Waterline Road. We're not using Rye Road or Waterline Road. The capacity now is 37 cars a day. What is that? 1 an hour? That's all that road can take? It can take all the RVs and boats they want. Talk about motives. I don't know how many zoning violations are in play there, code violations, and it's none of my business, and I don't care. This project, it's in the right place, right? This is the right time, and it's the right project. Our kids can't afford to live behind a guard shack on the 18th green in a McMansion. And we're not retirees. We're pioneers. And our kids and your kids can afford to live in this development. We can ensure the next generation has a place. This project's a win-win for Manatee County and for smart, planned progress. They had 2 meetings, they addressed every concern. When a lot of people spoke here, they jumped on the bandwagon. But we ain't bandwagon people, we are covered wagon people, and we stick, and we ain't going nowhere. If they want to pretend that they're farmers and they live on the Ponderosa, they still can. Their way of life doesn't have to change one bit. But why do we have to pretend with them? We live in the real world, and their imagination is not more important than the facts that you now know are true. We can't raise crops on that land. We can't raise enough cattle to pay the taxes on that land. But we can raise the next generation of Morans on that land, and several of us are going to buy houses on that land and live on our ancestral home. We ask you to do what's right and let our family continue to live and grow on Zipper Road. Now, I took an oath to enforce the law and seek justice in my job. You took a similar oath, and we did everything by the law and your codes. We did 2 revisions to meet their concerns, and no, the trees are not coming down. The road is more than wide enough, and water don't run uphill, and that is not the Ponderosa. Many of the people who spoke against us may have not lived so much by y'all's rules. I don't know if y'all support that or not. I would say no. Many of the lots are already planned development residential, and the same across the street without rezone for Class A. We can't do 5-acre tracts on there. That easement is not, it's not suitable to subdivide off of. We can't do it. We tried. We looked into it. 2/3 of the properties out there are under 5 acres and as little as 0.28, which the density on that is higher than ours at what we're asking for. We are the farmers, and they are the people who live on all the cut-up lots, on every piece of land up to our fence line, without engineering, without planning, without mitigation, and without approval. The hogwash and the hyperbole we've heard today has been ridiculous. From a self-described bully with no convictions, who has no stake in this except for publicity for another possible campaign, to the people who live next to commercial businesses and a 1/4-acre lot. You folks who say you stand with the family farmer, stand with us, not the person in violation of your code or who has a pet on a 1-acre sand lot. Decide today if you are a public servant or a politician. Will you base your vote on fear or facts? Will you vote for proof or propaganda? Will you follow the law or the lies? Vote yes for the future of our family and Manatee County families, and vote yes for a higher standard of development, which we have given you, and yes for the best use of that land. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a 10-minute break and be right back at 8:17. All right, let's get together, everyone. It's not like you have anywhere to be. All right. I have Marilyn Moran next, 20 minutes as well.
I would like to use the overhead, please.
Okay, yeah, you can just put the items down there.
Get my pictures here. Okay. Let me see. All right. Honorable Chair Sadiq and Commissioners, my name is Marilyn Moran. I have been sworn. I am the fifth of Earl Moran's 6 children and an owner of the property under consideration on Zipper Road. I am an Orange County resident, and I also own a home here in Manatee County off Buffalo Road in Palmetto. I grew up on Zipper Road and lived on that property for 25 years. As a child, I was baptized in Mill Creek, and it was wonderful to see Pastor Mark here this morning giving us our opening prayer. We are confident that voting yes to this rezone to develop our land is the right decision for Manatee County and not just for our family. It cannot be emphasized strongly enough that our property sits west of the urban boundary line established nearly 40 years ago in an area that is suitable for future development. The whole purpose of the boundary line was to keep development to the west of the line and a rural lifestyle to the east. Well, over the last 30 years, the town has come out to meet us, and it is now time to rezone. You'll see here on the screen that this is an aerial photo from 1995, and you can see how sparse the area was, and that pink star I put on there represents where our land lies. Now, here is a picture from 2026. It's kind of hard to see, but right here is 1703 Zipper Road. The development that has come out to our property is so obvious, anybody with a set of eyes can see it. As children, our mom would drive 40 minutes to take us to DeSoto Square Mall just to treat us to McDonald's. Now there is a college, there are fast food restaurants, doctor's offices, grocery stores, a huge storage facility, a new EMS station. There is even a sushi place a short distance from our land. A brand new K-8 school is being built less than a mile east of our land as we speak, and a new high school is planned out east as well. Every week, 5,000 congregants, including a dozen or more Morans and Sinklers, attend church at Bayside Community Church. Lakewood Ranch has been the #1 best-selling master plan community in the U.S. for 7 consecutive years. It's true, we're not in the boondocks anymore, people. Don't take my word for it. Here's a Facebook post by Jim Zipperer. It was posted, I don't know exactly when it was, but I know it wasn't posted this year. He went out and visited his family's road. He said it still exists today, but it's not way out in the country anymore. Back in the day, if our cows got out and wandered onto someone else's land, our daddy could go retrieve them from a nearby pasture or the strawberry field. Now we have to worry that they'll end up in one of the neighboring subdivisions or in the highway. None of these residents on Zipper Road are farmers. None of them are ranchers, and they should not be able to decide what my family can do with our land that we have owned for over 60 years. As an attorney, I deal with evidence every day, and I know that you do too. I worked as an assistant state attorney in the 12th Judicial Circuit, and I worked in this building for 10 years. Your decision today needs to be based on the evidence and the legal principles at issue, not unsupported emotional pleas or the screeching of anti-development activists. Let's look at North Chase Plaza. All due respect to Leslie Wells Realty, because I really thought that was a great image there. Just look at the businesses that are coming in across the street east of Zipper Road. There is a new Publix, a liquor store, multiple restaurants, and a dental office. I've heard there's even a nail salon coming into this plaza. It sounds like a reverse Jeff Foxworthy joke, but if your cows can walk off your land and through this multi-lane roundabout and end up at the Chase Bank, you're not out in the country anymore. If they end up at Chipotle or the McDonald's drive-thru, you're not out in the country anymore. If you live on a plot of land that's so small that you need to ride your horse on a paved county road, you're not out in the country anymore. If you can have sushi delivered to your house by Uber Eats to your .288 acre, you don't live in the country anymore. Here's another picture of the North Chase Plaza. You know where this was taken from? My nephew Jonathan's front yard. He can see it all lined up there. That's his home. That's the land where most of the great majority of these things or homes are going to be. You can see it's that close to this plaza and to the big roundabout that's going in. The unmistakable truth is that the time has come to rezone and to allow our property to be developed responsibly and sustainably. Doing so will not prevent the residents on Zipper Road from continuing to live their lives the way they want. As someone who has devoted her life to the rule of law and notions of fairness, I must state that it would be morally and legally unjust to deprive our family of our constitutional right to sell our private property for its highest use. U.S. Supreme Court Justice and former U.S. President William Howard Taft once said that next to the right of liberty, the right to property is the most important individual right guaranteed by the Constitution, and it has contributed more to the growth of civilization than any other institution established by the human race. Our father passed away over 7 years ago, and each year we bear the expenses and risks associated with maintaining unusable land. Denying us the ability to rezone our land so it can be responsibly developed would not only be a disservice to Manatee County citizens who want to live and worship in this area, it would deny present reality, violate our private property rights, and deprive us of our rightful inheritance. I hear so much fear-mongering by the opponents of this rezoning application. One would think we're asking to put a tire factory with smokestacks on our land. The people, many of whom of the people that spoke out today and that will speak out, will oppose every single project, regardless of whether it satisfies all the criteria for responsible development, regardless of whether the county staff and your planning commission agree that the decision to rezone and develop this property is legally sound and based on competent and substantial testimony and evidence. I'm not up here as a lobbyist for the real estate industry, but can I just say that not all development is bad? The people here and their social media warriors online act like Manatee County out east is some third world hellscape instead of the thriving, growing, beautiful place that it is. There are many examples of smart, responsible development coexisting with landowners who wish to maintain their lifestyle. Of course, we understand that the small group of families who live on Zipper Road, they have the right to protest this application and place their personal interests before the interests of my family and the inevitable future growth of Manatee County. What we cannot overlook, however, is the rank hypocrisy and the intentional spreading of misinformation that has been going on. The truth of the matter is that many of the people on Zipper and Waterline Road are selling or hoping to sell. The truth is that Zipper Road is plenty wide enough to accommodate a little more traffic. I believe Commissioner Bearden asked about semis coming up and down the truck. This is our daddy, Earl Moran. In addition to being a farmer and a rancher, he had a sod service. He didn't grow sod on our land, but for decades he drove a semi truck with pallets and pallets of sod on a huge trailer up and down Zipper Road. There was never, ever an instance where any neighbor, many of whom the people here didn't even live there back then, nobody ever had to pull over to the side of the road or back up when my daddy drove by and tipped his cowboy hat and went on by. It was not an issue. Here's my daddy in one of his cattle trailers after working his cows all day. He pulled this behind his big pickup truck. He also had multiple dump trucks that he used, and he drove them up and down Zipper Road for years without issue. It's just not true that it's a tiny little narrow road. It's false. It's demonstrably false. The truth is that some of the people up here protesting today and that you're going to hear from later are going to say that this rezone is going to destroy their country way of life. But you know, there's people operating businesses and advertising publicly. Bring your RVs, bring your boats down Zipper Road. It's easy in and out access. That is total hypocrisy. Let's talk about the trees for a minute, shall we? We know these activists know that MI is not going to chop down those trees. But all of the social media campaign and the stuff you've heard today and will continue to hear is they don't care. They don't care how much proof there is that we're not going to cut down the trees. It's a blatantly misleading rallying cry of save the canopy that has stirred up so much dissent. I'm sure it's flooded your inboxes with all kinds of emails because they have caused people to panic in order to jump on their bandwagon. Here, does this look familiar to anyone? Do you know what this is? That's Main Street, Bradenton. It's right outside the door of this commission chamber. One of the people who's gotten up here twice today, this is her house. She's got all kinds of beautiful oak trees, and she paved her driveway right up and next to them. If they cared so much about oak trees, do you know that they petitioned the county and begged the county and told them to come pave their road? Nobody gave any craps about the oak trees back then. Nobody cared like what might happen in a hypothetical future if they begged them to change Zipper from a dirt road to a paved road. My daddy, by the way, didn't sign off on that. And you know why? A real country person doesn't petition the government to pave the road in front of his house. The Moran family has been a constant presence here in eastern Manatee County for many generations, since right after the Civil War. We are still here, and we contribute at the highest levels in this community. Honestly, we have been so disheartened by the constant attack and lies being told about us in this project. We've been called evil and corrupt. I know that some of you on this county commission understand how that feels because you and your families have been attacked as well. The disrespect that you have to put up with in your honorable service to this county is sad, to say the least. Someone just got up here and suggested that we just let our dad die in assisted living? Like we didn't have a choice, like we had some choice because we couldn't provide the medical care that he needed after severe stroke? Yeah, it was sad for us too when he was in assisted living. We are not greedy investors, but we can't use our land. We're not looking to make a buck. We're hardworking people. You don't need to speculate, oh my God, how much money they're getting from Neil. I'm not getting a penny.
Ma'am, we'll just address me, please.
We're not getting a penny from Mr. Neil because we're not under contract with Neil. We're under contract with MI. I and many of my family members are going to buy homes in this neighborhood. We're not trying to be like, oh, Eastern Manatee County is so passe, we don't want to be there. We want to live out the rest of our days. We want our children, our grandchildren, to be able to live. Many of us still live off of East 64 in Manatee County. You might be thinking, just sell to an individual buyer, just make it a lovely horse farm, or subdivide your land on a smaller scale. These options are not feasible. due respect, but our property is landlocked without the appropriate easements needed to subdivide. Our father's home has been destroyed by hurricanes, and because some neighbor came and knocked out every window and kicked in the doors while he lay dying in assisted living. We are a hardworking family, but we're not Rockefellers. We can't afford to bring the soil back to the condition. My nephew Jonathan will tell you about the soil and why we can't farm this, why cattle cannot be sustained on this land anymore. We've tried for years. We tried to go under contract with Bayside, our church, to see if they could use it. This wonderful opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it just is answers to so many prayers. MI is offering us the ability to use its resources to revitalize our land for a new and exciting purpose and turn it into a wonderful neighborhood that will be here generations from now. They've held the neighborhood workshops, they've addressed every concern, they've satisfied every legal requirement to the satisfaction of your staff and planning commission. The only hope our family has to ever live on our ancestral land again is if you vote yes to this rezone. If we are denied the opportunity to rezone, we will have no choice but to find some alternative use, and it will not be nearly as favorable for Zipper Road's residents, an upscale and reasonably priced family neighborhood with a main road going directly out to State Road 64 and connected to another neighborhood sharing the same amenities with a covered bus stop for school children and lots of green spaces is the ideal solution. As I close my comments, I want to leave you with this photograph. This is a photograph of my father, Earl Moran, and his 6 children, taken on our property on Easter Sunday before we went to Bethany Baptist Church about 1979. My daddy was a Sunday school teacher and a deacon at that church. Proverbs says that a good man leaves an inheritance to his children and his children's children. Our dad is gone. We are not children anymore. Many of us all of us have children, and some have grandchildren of our own. We understand that there are so many important things that you have to consider, and God bless you for hearing us out and staying so late. But we pray that you will consider, when you make your vote today, how your vote will impact the legacy of one of Manatee County's earliest and most enduring families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's make sure to leave this with the clerk. Okay, I have Michelle Moran Driscoll, 20 minutes. I know it's been a long one, but I thank some of the folks that you're certainly welcome to use your whole time, but I appreciate it since some of you are wrapping up early.
Can we turn the projector on, please?
You can just put it on, they'll turn, put your item down, they'll turn on.
Hello, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. My name is Michelle Moran Driscoll, and I have been sworn. I am the youngest of the 6 Moran children. Today, I want to share with you the journey our family has been on that actually started a few centuries ago, all the way back to the late 1700s. To this point in time today, a momentous, exciting, and pivotal time in our family history. This is our great-great-grandfather and grandmother, John Wesley and Sarah Moran, that was born in 1843 and 1924, and he is buried in Manatee County. This is our great-great-grandmother, Edna and James Basil Moran, also buried in Manatee County, 1869 to 1954. This is my grandpa, Lee Van Moran, and Grandma Bertha Louise. They are buried in Manatee County. And this right here is my dad, William Earl Moran Sr. Notice the vegetables, and notice the verse. Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord. From now they will rest from their labor, and their deeds will follow them. Some people arrived here today because they were scrolling on Facebook and saw a catchy meme, but our family arrived here generations ago, and our history with this land and this county is literally etched in stone. It has been 11 years now since my dad, Earl Moran, had a stroke, became partially paralyzed, and had to move into an assisted living facility. During that time, we took care of him, visited him, and watched over him. And Jonathan, who is more like a little brother than our nephew, took on all the responsibility in his early 20s of caring for my dad's cows. And since then, our family has faced many challenges, including watching my dad slip away and become a shadow of the 6'4" giant that he once was to us. Discovering our childhood home had been vandalized, losing our dad on October 12, 2018, and planning his funeral together at Bethany Baptist Church, and struggling to list more than once and sell the property. We've pulled our own resources together to pay for property-related expenses. We've endured regulatory delays, and most recently, seeing the reckless spread, intentional spread of fear and misinformation on social media, fueled and shared by a small group of local activists who seem to think they are the new self-appointed HOA board for all of Manatee County. With all of this going on, it feels like we've been wandering in the wilderness for 11 long years and living in a state of constant uncertainty. Well, here's a picture of my dad and his truck, his white mule. My daddy was one of a kind, protective, so ornery, wise, hilariously funny, but very sweet in his own way. But one thing he was not was petty. He would never be doing this to one of his neighbors or their children. He would always say, "Give to the little ones," which kind of drove some of my older siblings crazy. Or he'd say, "I'd like to have a truck like that, but you know what? I hope that guy gets an even better one." And he'd also say something that always stuck with me: "Don't touch it twice," meaning don't waste time and money when you can solve the problems now. Through all of this, my family has stood together in solidarity. We are not activists or social media warriors. We don't stir up controversy or dictate what others can or cannot do with their property. In fact, members of my family have been busy doing meaningful work to help their fellow community, like prosecuting murders and rapists and felons, my brother, being the founding principal of a new elementary school and teaching the next generation of educators at University of South Florida, leading women's ministries at Bayside and Mill Creek while also battling cancer, and making sure there are no gas leaks in your neighborhood while struggling to be the only resident doing actual cattle ranching. The Bible says in Proverbs 11:9, "The hypocrite with his mouth destroys his neighbor, but through knowledge the just will be delivered." We've waited patiently and done things ethically and respectfully because we don't allow them to define us. But today, a lot of things have come to light. The truth is, when this rezone application is approved, it's going to bring a ripple effect of positive changes. This rezone application will also very much benefit our community. The roads and drainage will finally be improved at the builder's expense, so we, as a county, don't have to touch it twice. We will have a charming, modestly sized neighborhood for families. One of the names we're even kicking around and that are tossed in the hat is called Canopy Oaks, that honors the rural character of the neighborhood. Even members of our own family that want to live there. So the land that we were told at the last meeting that was worthless by the HOA attorney will have a new purpose and new life breathed into it. Our properties, the other properties in the area, will increase in value. The Moran's farming and cattle ranching legacy in Manatee County will continue through Jonathan, as he is able to acquire suitable property with good soil east of the urban boundary line. Ministries for women, children, veterans, the abused, the homeless, and other causes we care deeply about will be supported as we share a portion of our generational blessing with our churches and local organizations making a difference in the lives of those in need. Kingdom building businesses that God has placed on our hearts for years will finally get the chance to begin. And my dad's legacy will be at peace. And future generations, his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, can finally step into our callings and destinies. Please remember that your decision will have an eternal and generational impact. In closing, I'll leave with you this quote. It's actually about Pilgrim's Progress, the second best-selling book of all time, which is a Christian allegory about life. But it relates to a ministry that I believe I'm called to start and name after my grandmother that I know my dad would be so proud of, and it would be the first of its kind and a blessing to many. It says, "It is always hard to see the purpose in wilderness wanderings until after they are over." Please help us today to get out of the wilderness and finally, after many years, to reach our destination today. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you very much. So I have Julie. Oh, yeah. Make sure the artifacts go to the clerk, please. So I have Julie Spicer and then John Spicer. I suspect you're the same family members. So 20 minutes each. However, I would encourage you to consolidate some of your talking points. You have them as separate in the email you sent me. Because you said Julie had a separate petition from John.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was in the
Oh, okay. Did you have one petition or two?
I had, they were broken into two projects, but I had two.
Okay. Okay, 20 minutes.
I won't take that long.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead. Name, county residence, and if you've been sworn.
Julie Spicer, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. Commissioners, I come before you today asking you to deny the bus barn and the Zipper Road project. Let me get back to the key factors involved in this decision that you need to make. You know, I understand, you know, the family wanting to sell, have no problem with that, but the key is really in the details of what's being proposed here, what you're hearing, and a truthful analysis. I mean, I've lived on this property for 20 years. I've dealt with so much stormwater, it's unbelievable. And, you know, Tal, you had mentioned something, and you didn't get a good answer on it, and I really want to clear it up before I even get into my presentation. Let me put this on the projector here. Oh, yeah, that's the right way.
That's good.
Okay. So this is just a very interesting slide that presented by Matt Morse here. And this is the flow. And, you know, it really amazed me that on so many of the other documents, they have every property owner mentioned. But when you asked him where the water was going, if you follow all the lines, it shows you all the water that's flowing off these two developments that are being proposed is going into private land. Sure, let's say historic drainage. How many developments are going to continue to use the historic drainage into Mill Creek? There's only so much capacity for this to happen. I've even talked to other developers, good Christian developers, that do the right thing, and they say, this is not right. This is my land, regardless if the neighbors want to agree with it or not. It's my land. I own it. I own 15 acres here. And if the developers want, they can't use my property anymore for stormwater. It's fine. We worked with, over the years, we worked with agriculture, the saving the strawberries in this kind of weather, you know, because it was an agricultural ditch. We own that. And we did the stormwater for that. But when you are changing This is a new development. Everything's changing. Why are we using agricultural ditches going through private property and saying that's okay? How much more water can we take? And to speak to Denise's comment here when she came up and said that stormwater takes care of these, well, our little stormwater ditch has been called everything all the way up from an agricultural swell to now a canal. And stormwater is saying that they'll clear that. Stormwater won't even come out on a complaint for anything. They've never set foot on the property, even though we've asked them to come out. So I just want you to hear the true facts before, I continue to go on. And, here's another thing, too. For this going to be such a great development, you can see in the write-ups for Zipper Road here, OSW, 7 ditches. They're marked. They make it really little, though. But all these little lines that come in here, that is 7 ditches that they are going to pump water into private property. Another concern I have, everyone likes the historic maps. Let's take a look at some historic maps. This was provided to us by the county. Look at this. This is 65. There's 20-foot difference through this area that's going to be developed. So do you think they're going to keep it at that? They're going to keep it going downhill like that? No. They're going to fill that in. They're going to raise the elevation and put their little moat around it that's going to hold water, collect mosquitoes. But everything is going to run off these developments into private property. Another point I'd like to make out. I think it was on this one. Both of these developments are in a flood zone A. When you look at their drawings, there's only a couple areas that are going to stay in a flood zone A. How does that happen? We're going to raise the elevation and we're going to dump all the water on the neighbors. Because I can tell you, none of us, this is all flood zone A. You see all this? But with their development, they only have a couple areas now in a flood zone A because they're going to protect their new houses and be damned with the rest of us. 7 ditches being pumped into the Mill Creek water reservoir for these 2 alone. Not to mention Palm Grove, that I told you earlier, my situation with pumping. There is not capacity. I don't have a river, but they're trying to make it a river. If you want a good development, do your stormwater and your drainage on your own property. This is your property. It needs to go to here. It needs to get over here. The county's going to maintain it in one place, and that's where it meets Waterline Road, and that is the only place that they maintain the stormwater. The only maintain. They have told us this. They will not do any stormwater maintenance. So every storm that comes through here, my family is out there keeping that water running. Why? Because we own this main ditch that everybody wants to use. We are the first hit. Always. I need everyone on speed dial down Waterline Road to say, here it comes again. it doesn't, we don't get a siren like when they release the dam, because we never know when they're going to do it. But a lot of times it's on the weekend because no one's available. So I just wanted to really point out a couple of things that get glossed over and pull out some real details of what's going to happen for the future, of the surrounding future. You look at all these houses. My property alone, my 15 acres, is going to have approximately 16 houses right behind mine. I have 2 houses on my 15 acres. There's going to be 16 houses there. Doesn't seem very compatible. But these are environmentally sensitive areas. We need to think about our wetlands. We need to think about the animals that live in them that for some reason, I don't know, they must just come to my yard, but I have all kinds of wildlife. But my biggest wildlife is this water and what it's doing to my property. The more pumping that goes into my private property, the wider this gets. I bought 15 acres. I did not buy a river. It is not a named creek. It is nothing more than a drainage area for my stormwater, not for the developer's stormwater. So if they want to get water, they can pump it through theirs and get it out here without affecting any of the neighbors on Waterline Road. But this has to stop. This is new development. Now is the time to make this change. It's much cheaper to pump it into private property than it is to do the piping within their own. But this is the time it needs to happen. I'm asking you to deny these based on the situation we are in with our stormwater, with the Mill Creek Reservoir not having even a stormwater plan. We can't keep putting water in the same place. It's going to overflow, and it's going to overflow on every neighbor, not just on Waterline. It goes all the way through Mill Creek and all the developments up there. Long-range planning. Something needs to give here. Thank you for your time. Please consider denying these developments for the sake of the residents.
Thank you, ma'am. I have Dan Lobeck. I think they were together. Are you with her? John, do you want to go up? Okay. All right, and you have 20 minutes. Before you get started, just by a quick raise of hands, how many other people want to speak that didn't have petitions? Okay. Okay. All right, name county residents, and you have 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, good evening, commissioners, well into the evening. Appreciate your stamina, your diligence, your sense of responsibility on something which is very, very important. This is not like the false alarm you had a few hours ago. This is a real alarm with real cause by my clients. My name is Dan Lobeck, attorney at law. consider myself, I proffer myself as an expert witness. I've been doing this for about 30 years, and also am board certified by the Florida Bar in condominium and plan development law. Ed Vogler and I agree on something, and you've heard it from other speakers. What matters here is competent and substantial evidence, real facts. And I would suggest to you that you have heard a number of things that are not real facts. And it's my responsibility, and I take pride in being asked to do this for my clients, to bring you those facts, to help you make a proper and legal determination. I've heard a lot about Zipper Road, and this is but one picture. Basically, it's a 16 to 20-foot road. Testimony on both sides have confirmed that, with these canopy trees right up to the edge of the road. In fact, the applicant even admits that two of the trees nearest to the entrance would need to be killed. But what you have not heard is what is really important with respect to that that consideration. Second page of what I provided to you. And excuse my scribbles on here, but I want to make sure that I touch those points. What you've heard is, don't worry about the canopy trees. We're going to preserve the canopy trees. But what you have not heard is that the county ordinances actually require that for a principal required access in 1001.1.b and in C, next in line, it is required that those roads be, quote, constructed in conformance with the Manatee County Public Works standards. Commissioner Ballard asked a question of staff, what are those standards? And you heard, well, there's a 50-foot right-of-way and Zipper Road is about 20 feet, but, those standards are important. And, had that question been pressed, perhaps you'd get the answer you were looking for. And in fact, the Manatee County Highway and Traffic Standards Manual and the broader Public Works Manual that's adopted by resolution most recently in 2022 by the County Commission, and as such are part of the record according to your rules, set out what is required for the meeting of county standards. And staff tells you in their report, this is a substandard road. Zipper Road is a substandard road. It does not meet county standards. So it can't stay 20 feet or be expanded just to 24 feet and still meet county standards as your land development code that I just recited to you requires. It just can't. If it's going to be used as an access road for a development, it has to meet these various standards. And so you've got a local urban road and you've got a local rural road, and page T-8 of the manual states all public streets shall be constructed to urban street standards, and only a rural street if it's only serving lots of 1 acre or more. So obviously this will be serving these two very intense developments, much higher densities than that. And what that requires that a local road must be 44 to 64 foot wide, plus curbs and sidewalks. So there goes the canopy trees. There goes Mr. Vogler's promise to you that we're going to build around the trees. And we've got, an arborist has counted the trees and measured things. And, this is the law in Manatee County. So I'll use a strong word because, the applicant for the Zipper Road development called our representations lies. I'll use the word scam. This scam is that you can approve this and have Zipper Road operate as the primary access for the Zipper Road development, and the secondary access for the Bus Barn development is a scam. I don't know how many of the people that have represented that to you know that what they're saying is false, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but there are some people that have said that I know have knowledge of the facts. Now, I've talked to staff during during one of the breaks, and I appreciate the forthrightness and it being represented that an exception can be made if there's some reason for it, like preserving the canopy trees. Well, I perused that manual completely after that discussion, and I found that the only exception is in 3.1.2.c paren 13, and that is where a property owner wants to dedicate their road, their own property, to the county. And under certain circumstances, that can be permitted. Well, that's not what we're talking about here. This is not owned by the applicants. They have nothing to dedicate to you. And there's details there that make it very clear that it's limited to that. So, staff knew that this was a concern of the public. And so they started saying, don't worry about it. We're only going to take 2 feet on each side. And over time, a stipulation was developed. And look at this thing. The applicant shall enter into an agreement, and this is just the Zipper Road applicant, by the way, that first development. Mr. Neal is not going to be bound by this. The applicant shall enter into an agreement with the county to design and construct, at the applicant's expense, improvements to Zipper Road, a substandard roadway. Okay? Doesn't meet county standards. And it has to, according to your code, if it's going to serve as either a primary or secondary access. From the entrance of the development to State Road 64 per Manatee County Public Works Transportation standards per the road classification. And again, this is a local urban road and would have to meet those standards. The existing milled/chip sealed road will need to be replaced to a local road standard specification and a minimum, not that word minimum, not maximum, at least, very clever, minimum 20-foot width as agreed upon by the Public Works and Development Review. So outside of your eyes, outside of your control, staff will come up with what has to be done. So certainly this applicant, particularly because he's not getting any money from Mr. Neal for this, is going to say, hey, I don't want to be building this real wide road and cutting down all these trees and everything like that. And the county is going to be left to do it because they've already approved these developments with Zipper Road as the primary or secondary access roads. Millions and millions of dollars on the backs of the tax-paying public. Where are you going to get that money? Do you really want to commit to this and let staff work whatever agreement they want to do after the fact, not knowing whether it's going to comply with the county standards or not? Let's talk about State Road 64, and I know that's been a source of concern. And I appreciate Commissioner Cruz's views with regard to commercial and proximity to residents. That's not what this is. This is just cramming in very high density, net density of 9 units per acre next to densities of 1 home on 5-acre lots. And I don't see that I will have time to go into the details of what your code and your comprehensive plan say about that, but that's impermissible. And before I go into State Road 64, let me thank staff for finally stating, although they have never done it to date, that that is a negative, that these lots are of much smaller side than the neighborhood. And I know Mr. Cruz and I may have some differences about what compatibility means, but by any standards, sir, and commissioners, that's not compatible. Not when it means that not only the quality of the type of development you moved into to get away from this kind of suburban life, but also your quiet, peaceful road will be destroyed. With regard to State Road 64, you heard that in a couple of years, 3 years, FDOT is going to begin the design phase for this road, for State Road 64 to be 4-lane. That is totally false. Any of you that know about these things realize Manatee County is partnering with FDOT in a plan, what is it? I got it written down here, but anyway, a plan, development, and environmental study. That's what it's called. And you're going to be in a phase of that to look at, if the forelanding of the road is to be designed in a certain way, does it proceed, does it merit proceeding to an adopted priority list of FDOT? It is not now on that priority list. And I can tell you that with certainty, having researched it. It's not in the design phase, it's not even a committed project. So then you look at, is there going to be sufficient capacity on State Road 64 when this project is built? The adopted date for this development in both of the traffic studies, Kimley Horn for the Zipper Road development, Stantec for the Bus Barn development, is 2029. So 3 years away. And both of those studies, if you look at it, say that at that time there will not be sufficient capacity on State Road 64. Does it exceed the level of service? Question mark. Yes, in both instances. And it's only if you get 4 lanes that you will barely have sufficient capacity. Because what the traffic engineer told you is that there's a 6% average increase. What he didn't tell you is you have to look at the committed projects that are going to add traffic. Both these traffic studies do that. These are professional studies. And they tell you that there's a huge amount of reserved traffic. And I won't have time to go into all the statistics on that, but it will be exceeded at that time. Even if it's 4-laned, get this. This development at 294 total trips PM peak hour on a State Road 64 will soak up half of what's left of the capacity of a 4-lane State Road 64. So it will fail shortly thereafter. And again, we're talking about a 2029 horizon. With regard to density, you were shown, a hand-picked, here's a 1-acre lot, here's a 2-acre lot. We have submitted into the record and provided to you the surrounding density of these developments. And they are, with a few exceptions, much, much higher. Well, in every instance, much, much higher than is proposed. But generally, we're talking about 5-acre lots. Staff tells you that they're 5-acre lots. And you have specific provisions in your code that address that. Also, too, your land development code explicitly says in policy 2.1.2.7 that you are to review at this meeting all proposed development, this proposed development, for compatibility and appropriate timing of development. This analysis shall include the following, and there's bullets. Let me just read four of them. 1, transition between land uses. Now, staff is saying, this is just like other stuff that's going on. It's quite some distance away, and I've seen this in other staff reports, but there is not a transition here between land uses that adjoin this property or even very close to the property. Density and intensity of land uses. Massive increase in net density, which is basically just looking at the lots and excluding everything else within the boundaries of the development. Availability of adequate roadways. This is a smoking gun. There's so many smoking guns here. If this was a smaller room, we'd be choking on the smoke. It can't legally be approved. Next one, adequate centralized water and sewer facilities. And staff lists as a negative, to their credit, the lack of adequate sewer facilities. Sewer lines are going to have to be run a long way to meet these developments. And maybe next to Zipper Road, adding even further to that width. So it's undisputable that Zipper Road, which is relied upon by both developments for ingress and egress, is not an, quote, adequate roadway to serve that traffic without even getting into State Road 64. Also, it's important to understand that under your comprehensive plan, there is no guarantee of maximum development potential. 3 units per acre, which is basically what both applicants are looking for, is the maximum. that you could grant for these developments, the maximum. And it would deserve the maximum if it was compatible with the adjacent and surrounding land uses. It would deserve the maximum if there was adequate sewer facilities and roadways to serve the development. It might be appropriate if it was right next to commercial, Commissioner Cruz, but it's quite some distance. So they're not entitled to that. You've heard some very emotional appeals from the family members. And I confirmed with one of the nice people in the green shirts that they're all family members of the applicant.
Let's not address the family, please.
For the
You address
Zipper
me.
Road development. I am addressing you, sir. Thank you. But I'm referring to the people in the green shirts. They care very much about making as much money as they can. And there was even a phrase of the Planning Commission of a generational entitlement. There is no entitlement under Florida law, as was asserted as a constitutional right of one of the family members, to sell your land for the maximum possible amount you can get. There simply is not. And emotional appeals to old family pictures and gravestones, I mean, I appreciate, the importance of pathos in making a presentation, but it doesn't get to the facts, the evidence, the requirements for this county commission to follow in approving or not approving this particular development. Now, I don't expect that all of you, or I hope, perhaps even very many of you, have read the long, detailed email that I provided, I guess, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks ago, something like that, and then late last night after correcting a typo. But I wanted to make sure that was in the record, and I've submitted it again for the record. So I'm a land use attorney. I mean, this is what I do. But unlike most land use attorneys, I'm not here to help the developers make as much money as they can. Mr. Neal, for one, is a very smart developer, somebody I've known way back when we were both pups, basically. And I've seen him very skillfully, very intelligently, very cordially maximize his returns, to the point that Forbes magazine said that his net worth is over $2 billion with a B. But you're not here to make Mr. Neal as wealthy as possible. The Planning Commission, during a break, he went through these swinging doors, I guess. Like
Mr. Lobeck, this is getting extremely off topic.
No, this is very important.
Not
and
really.
Went up to the planning.
Can you get back to the item here?
This goes to why the planning commission voted 3-2. Shook hands with the chair, two other planning commissioners, engaged in laughter and chit chat. All right. This is not about Mr. Neal, is my point. This is about the competence and potential evidence, your land development code, your public works manual, what's right for all the people, not just the wealth of a particular family who is well respected and does deserve something other than farming on their lot, even though they cherish that as a historical fact. But they don't deserve this. And just to tell you, for one thing, about pushing it down to 100 lots on the bus barn development, check with staff, and the reason that they discouraged that was that without a secondary access, it's a cul-de-sac more than the 800-foot maximum. So they'd have to carve it down in number and redesign it so that it doesn't function as a cul-de-sac and come back with something more than Mr. Neal paid for the bus barn property from the school board, I expect. And there's no guarantee that this is going to be affordable housing. There's no guarantee that it's going to work. And in fact, it spells all kinds of problems, numerous clear violations of your codes and resolutions. So on behalf of my clients, I strongly urge a vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to the next set, at this point, we're just going to line up. I know I still have probably a few more people that have petitions, but we're just going to line up. 10 minutes. Well, you're just going to have to. We don't have a better mechanism for sign-up sheet. I asked Nicole.
It's your fault. I'm not going to give him 20 minutes.
You gave him 5, which became 10. Okay. All right, let's get back to order here. Couple of things for guys. Let's keep the chatter down. Couple of things for the public. Try to focus on new things. So we've heard quite a bit about policy 2127, compatibility with surrounding areas. Excuse me, let's keep the chatter down back here. Intensity. There were a lot of philosophical platitudes. I won't get into that. We did get into land use analysis of a surrounding set of parcels. So my encouragement is for new testimony and evidence or personal anecdotes based on your own eyewitness testimony, which is helpful. But go ahead, sir. First name, county residence, and whether you've been sworn.
Hello, my name is Aiden Cox. I am a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. I live off of 18th Avenue East, which is off of Zipper Road. I have not been sworn in. I've
Okay.
just been told.
Please swear.
Sorry,
in.
I'm new to this stuff.
It's okay. Please.
I swear. Like I was saying, I live on 18th Avenue East, which is off of Zipper Road. I've been living here since 7th grade. I am now a senior in high school. In my opinion, adding a few hundred extra vehicles down Zipper Road is absolutely unsafe. Zipper Road is a 37-house street. That's at least 37 vehicles. Now, I'm not saying it's exactly 37 vehicles, because we all know that's false, but that's at least. Adding extra vehicles can be unsafe to our kids walking to the bus. Some of you might not know this, some of you do. I'm betting most of you do. There is a bus stop on State Road 64 that stops right in front of Zipper Road. And for being a bus rider myself, it's already barely enough room to walk off the street. Like most middle schoolers and high schoolers at night, there's no street lamps out there. We walk out early in the morning because the buses show up around 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, where it is still dark. From being a bus rider, I've had a couple of close calls from cars turning in because there is no turn lane going in or out of our street. Adding hundreds of more cars, if we want to use this as a passage, is completely unsafe for our students. I now drive myself to and from school on the Zipper Road from State Road 64. I don't think these approvals will benefit our community, especially our students who take the bus to and from school. Please deny and rezone. Also, I just recently learned that we don't own any farm animals. That's funny because I remember putting my chickens away in my coop just last night. And I will not sit here and be called a liar. Sure, I may still be a kid, but I will not be called a liar and petty by all these other people. While you guys seek out sympathy, I seek out facts. And if we're talking about facts, why aren't we observing? I've seen you guys, and I'm just a kid. All I do is sit home, so I know this stuff. I've seen you guys outside your car taking pictures of my front yard. I've seen you guys, and one thing you guys will know, there is a chicken coop right in front of our house. If we're actually observing these properties, this is stuff you would know. And we're getting called hypocritical for spreading misinformation when they themselves say, oh, I don't have any farm animals, chickens, geese. I even have my own beehive in my backyard. And now, beehives in the backyard, so you might not see that. The chicken coop, right in front of my house. But yet, these guys say, we spread misinformation. We don't know what we're talking about. We want to live the dream life. We're living the farm life right now. The little things, like what she said with the pavement. Who cares if she paved her own property? That was her driveway. That doesn't consider if you're a real country person or not. If you're a real country person, you respect the land of Florida. You respect the land of Manatee County. If you want to build over these neighborhoods, what country people will we have left? You guys have said that, I'm sorry for your loss, but your father was a real countryman. Would he respect this? You want to take our land and make it an entrance to a 120 house community, and I think that is completely unsafe. If you deny the rezone, you will not only help our families, but you would help their legacy as well, in my opinion. Like I said, I am sorry for your guys' losses, but I will restate, While you guys seek out sympathy, I seek out facts. And like I said, you calling me, my family, my neighbors that I know, liars, petty, and we spread misinformation, maybe you guys should double check your facts as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Liz, you're next. Real quick announcement. I was circulating a sign-up sheet just to keep things going a little bit more orderly. It's in the back. So just just so you're not standing there for half an hour, just put your name down there, bring it back to the clerk when you're done, and I'll just call off that list. Go ahead, Liz.
Okay, so I'm Elizabeth Arnold, Manatee County resident. I've been sworn. I'm getting ready to show a video, and I'd like to do a shout out to the staff because they were wonderful. I sent it in, and I guess I didn't do it right. All my fault. And Bobby and Abby rode to my rescue, and they deserve raises for that. They're wonderful. Good job, staff. And with that, I think I'm just going to show the video, make sure the volume's on. I've submitted transcript that goes word for word, and I'll throw away my speech and let everybody else talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liz. We'll hit play. Is there audio on that? All right.
Long before the first home ever rises from the ground, the damage is already done. For years, the land is scraped bare, soil lifted into the air, water pumped and redirected, natural drainage erased. What once absorbed rain is reduced to dust and ditches, killing wildlife, damaging homes and turning everyday life into collateral damage. And when construction finally ends, the flooding doesn't. Every acre we pave, every wetland we fill, we're rewriting how water moves through this place we call home. When forests and marshes that once held back rain are replaced with rooftops and roads, there's nowhere for storms to go but into our streets and our living rooms. Nature doesn't negotiate. It simply follows the laws we ignore. And as more houses rise where water once rested, the floods that used to come once in a lifetime begin to come every hurricane season. So the question isn't whether development brings growth. It's whether that growth comes at the price of our resilience, our safety, and the very land that sustains us.
I hope you deny this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. Alyssa Campbell?
Linda Nash.
Oh, Linda Nash, sorry, go ahead. And you actually had 20 minutes.
Okay. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. So I want to start this by saying that Mr. Vogler said any testimony about the canopy trees is not based on science. It is. I have 3 reports from ISA certified arborist. We'll get a copy of the reports. This arborist report has been prepared to evaluate existing tree resources on the subject property and to assess the environmental, ecological, and public interest impacts associated with the proposed right-of-way acquisition and roadway construction under eminent domain. The findings herein are intended to support preservation of the property by demonstrating that removal or disturbance of the trees would result in significant irreversible harm that outweighs the public necessity claimed for the project. The proposed roadway alignment would directly impact multiple mature live oak trees, requiring removal and/or disturbance within the critical root protection zones. Such impacts would result in irreversible loss of the protected tree resources. This was prepared by Thomas Hall. He is an ISA certified arborist. A total of 42 trees were identified within the area of potential impact with the proposed Manatee County roadway project starting at the intersection of 64 down to 2315 Zipperer Road to 2107 Zipperer Road. Total trees are 42. Trees currently marked for removal are 13. Heritage or grand live oaks within the removal group are 4. The majority of impacted trees are live oaks, a native species afforded heightened protection under Manatee County regulations due to their longevity, size, and ecological value. The 4 heritage or grand oaks represent particularly significant resources, having reached a size and age class that cannot be replaced with any practical or foreseeable time frame. And as I look around this room, and I look at everybody here today, everyone in this room will be dead before any planted replacement trees can reach this size. This property contains multiple live oaks as quality protected trees under Manatee County Land Development Code, including but not limited to provisions within Chapter 701, landscaping, buffers, and tree protection. The native canopy trees, such as live oaks, are afforded heightened protection. Removal of protected trees requires demonstration of necessity and lack of reasonable alternatives, and preservation of mature native trees is a stated county policy objective. Live oaks are widely recognized as heritage quality trees. Their value and contribution to the community character. Their removal is contrary to the intent and spirit of Manatee County Tree Protection Ordinance. So, based on a visual tree assessment, and all 3 reports say this, all of the trees are predominantly in good health. They have sound trunk structure and no evidence of advanced decay. So why do we care about the trees? The live oak trees located on the property provide substantial public and environmental benefits. Significant stormwater interception and flood mitigation, soil stabilization and erosion control, carbon sequestration and air quality improvement, reduction of urban heat, island effects, wildlife habitat for birds and native species, and visual buffering, noise reduction, and preservation of a neighborhood character. The impacts of the proposed road construction, based on this proposed alignment and construction activities, the impacts include removal of mature, non-replaceable trees, root zone encroachment leading to delayed tree mortality, loss of canopy cover and shade, increased runoff and erosion, and permanent degradation of the site's ecological value. So the arborist says, in his professional opinion, as a certified arborist, the live oak trees on the subject property represent significant protected natural resources that provide measurable public benefits. Their removal would result in irreversible environmental damage that cannot be reasonably mitigated through replacement plantings. He also gave an estimated value of the 42 live oak trees at approximately $83,000 each, and a total of $3.5 million in value. The second arborist said widening of the road to accommodate higher rates of traffic along with sewer lines along the road will involve pruning vital roots to these trees. Pruning the roots of these trees will be detrimental and will also create immediate risk to property and people. There are 2 developments requesting rezones that will introduce hundreds of vehicles commuting daily onto Zipperer Road, and if the rezones are approved, the county will require widening the road to 22 feet, dig in a roadbed, and bury a 6-inch forced main sewer pipe along the west side of Zipperer Road. And these trees are in a high occupancy area. The likelihood of failure is imminent if many major roots are cut. The likelihood of significant impact is moderate to high if these trees were to fail. Given that the risk cannot be mitigated and with the intended new road encroaching on up to 50% of the root system on these trees, cutting back up to 50% of the root system of these mature trees is highly likely to put these trees in severe decline and kill them. It also creates an immediate risk of failure given the instability of the trees due to loss of up to half of their root base. An imminent death to these trees can take 10 to 20 years. The third arborist says, I evaluated all the oak trees along both sides of the roadway within the specified project limits. At the time of inspection, all observed trees appeared in generally good health, exhibiting full, dense green canopies, stable root systems, and no obvious structural defects or immediate hazards from a ground-based visual assessment. Approximately 18 to 20 mature trees are anticipated to be impacted by the proposed improvements, several which qualify as grand live oaks. The existing roadway consists of asphalt with no curbing, is approximately 18 feet in width. Given its current characteristics, the corridor could potentially meet the criteria of a protected canopy road if formally designated. So based on his initial observations and preliminary understanding of the proposed project scope, it's anticipated that the work would result in significant impact to the existing trees. Activities like excavation, grading, scalping, or grubbing within the critical root zone are likely to cause substantial stress to the affected trees. The majority of fine, absorptive roots responsible for water and nutrient uptake are located within the upper 12 to 18 inches of soil. These roots also contribute significantly to overall tree stability. Regarding the force main installation, relocating the line further inward away from tree root zones should be considered where it is practical to reduce the impact to critical roots. All 3 of these reports you'll have. I just say, please say no to this development, to both developments, and help preserve this beautiful canopy road. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll take a 10-minute break and be right back. Oh, yeah. Couple adjustments to the list because I missed a few from earlier, but I still have everyone else signed up. Just doing just doing the math here. I've got about 3 hours worth of comment. So I should have laughed, but I just thought it was funny. So I have 3 hours worth of that. And just to be honest, if you all can keep this succinct, we'll get to a vote sooner. I'm not sure if there's more new testimony coming out that's convincing this board, but we're always open to ideas. I'll start with with John Spicer. You get 20 minutes. And Mark, I did get you as well. Okay, I had you as 1 or 2.
Sorry. Okay?
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. I've got some handouts here.
Clerk will pass it, or Rachel. All right, name county residents, you have 20 minutes.
Mark Vandery, Manatee County. I have been sworn. And speaking on behalf of Waterline Road Preservation Group here today. And I've got a handout for everybody. And I'm going to be going over this pretty much page by page. You can follow along. I believe I have some testimony today that has not been heard, either at planning or today. It's new information that's pertinent and important. I also, on page 2 of the handout, I'm asking to testify today as expert witness, if that's acceptable to the attorney and the commissioners. I'd appreciate that. As a registered professional engineer licensed in Florida and several other states, as you see on the handout. Page 2 of the handout shows my qualifications.
Okay.
And specifically, the reason for the expert testimony is to speak to the one issue about the cell phone tower. If you go to the overhead for me, just keep it on the overhead because I'm going to have a number of layouts on the overhead there. Then after I go through each of the pieces of evidence, I'll try to summarize everything as succinctly as I can. So that's the tower on the property, the Zipper Road development property there. And when you look at the layout of the property, you'll see there's the location of the tower. It's a 250-foot lattice truss tower, okay? And the issue that I have is that there is a specific approval request being made to allow this tower to remain in a PDR residential area. And this request cannot be allowed until the full zone engineering certifications are submitted. They have not been submitted. There is a letter in the record from an engineer from 2001. The engineer is a PE, but the letter is absolutely no certification. It's not signed, it's not sealed, and specifically does not speak to the maximum fall down radius of this tower. It doesn't say anything about the maximum fall down radius of the tower, which is required. Now, the Land Development Code says that the setback on this tower from the lot line must be 625 feet. It's not. It's maybe about 250 feet. I didn't actually I did an eyeball measurement. That's your LDC requirement. Now, what you have here that was submitted as so-called proof of what the fold-down radius is not only misleading, it's borderline negligence to even submit this in a package, in a submittal. It's a half a century old. It's pre-LRFD, load resistance factor design. It's based on old wind loading criteria. It's pre-Florida Building Code 2002. That's the first edition of the Florida Building Code where they actually started adopting the LRFD design technique for lattice trusses. And it's important because this letter, when you look at it, it says that it's based on a 1996 revision F standard. It's been superseded in 2024. It's old information. It also says that it is only considering the top 50 feet of the tower. The top 50 feet of the tower will collapse onto itself, and that is what this engineer from a quarter of a century ago is saying is what will fall. That's not the maximum fall down radius of this tower. The engineer also makes some faulty assumptions, saying that if you did have a major storm like a hurricane or a tornado, that all the surrounding area below would be destroyed as well as the tower. That's not true in the type of hurricanes that we have here in Florida. We have microbursts, we have mini tornadoes that get spawned out. A couple of years ago with Milton, the mini tornadoes, there were about 6 in our neighborhood, and they cut a very specific path through. Most of the area was not destroyed, except where these mini tornadoes hit. These mini tornadoes can hit 1 or 2 legs of this tower. That tower will come down and everything else around it is still standing. You cannot have these houses closer than 625 feet to this tower per your land development code. That's the law. And you should not approve any specific approvals for this at all. Now, also in your land development code, it says that the PDR is not even allowed to have a lattice tower taller than 150 feet. This is 250 feet. Well, the application says, well, it was approved by a special permit in 2001. And yes, it was. But this document here from this engineer is not a certification of the fold-down radius for this tower. It doesn't do that. It absolutely does not do that. It did not provide the necessary information in 2001. That special permit in 2001 was an error for accepting this construction in the first place. It wasn't good then, and it's not good now. And you should not be putting these houses that close to this tower. On top of that, with this tower being only about 150 foot away from the lot line, where it's supposed to be 625 feet back, you're actually putting in jeopardy the houses that are down in the bus barn neighborhood that butt right up against there. So you got a double whammy there. If you read this letter, and I request you now to read this last paragraph in this letter, it is not the maximum fall down radius. It speaks only of the top 50 feet of a 250-foot tower. What about the other 200 feet of that tower? So here is the Land Development Code. There's your PDR. Right there it says, PDR maximum 150 foot, period. This one says the same thing, 150 foot maximum. It's hard to read. This scale here, this tower height setback, I have it blown up here. A 250-foot tower requires a 625-foot setback. Right there it is. In Figure 5 in your land development code, there it is right there. That's the scale for your setback. Let me read you something interesting here. In 2001, this was the special permit that was allowed for this tower even to be built. Okay? Finding of fact. The future land use in this general area changed in 2005 and 2006. It says here that the site is located 25-foot acre parent parcel. It says that this site is currently zoned agriculture, and this is 2001. Agriculture, it says that the future land use designation for this property is ag rural, one dwelling per 5 acres. Okay? And that was typical of a lot of the property in this area. It was essentially east of the FDAB, is what I'm saying here. That changed in 2006, 2005, 2006 area to where that future use was changed. Now you have a conclusion of law here. It says that establishment of the proposed use will not be detrimental or endanger the public health. Proposed communication tower in a rural agriculture area with few surrounding homes. That was important for this special permit in 2001. It doesn't apply anymore today because that's not the case. You have large lot residential around it. The adjacent uses to the north, east, south, and west are agricultural with some large lot single family, otherwise no other residential in the area. Right here it says none of the adjacent parcels has residential use. And that was a requirement back in 2001 for this permit to be even approved. That is no longer true. You cannot grant this specific approval. You can't. It's very contrary to your land development code. In order for this special permit to be valid, you must the requester must provide a certification prepared by an engineer. And actually, this is an error here. It's asking for the minimum fall down radius. That's not what the law was. It was a maximum. Minimum is 0. That means it doesn't even fall down. That's ridiculous. So this error was not caught in 2001. But if you go to the land development code from back then, or the requirements back then, you would know that it meant to say maximum. But that letter was never provided. There's no certification because Florida law statute 471 for engineering certification requires the letter or the report or the document certifying fact of engineering must be signed and sealed by a registered licensed professional engineer. And that has never been done since 2001. It hasn't been done today. The document that they're referring to, the staff and the applicant for the certification of the fall down radius does not exist. And that's very, very important. So the entire layout of Zipper Road development is wrong. It can't be done like that with that tower there. You cannot do it. It is not safe. Now let's get into some water issues with drainage. a lot of this has already been talked about before. What hasn't been talked about before is that, again, this is an issue of removing or backfilling wetlands. And I know some commissioners now, regardless of what they've said in the past, don't seem to be that concerned about wetland buffers or backfilling wetlands. I believe that the Zipper Road is adhering to a minimum 30-foot buffer from the wetlands, except for the ones that they want to backfill. I think it's 0.7 acres or something like that. That's basically 2 lot sizes. That's costing them 2 houses worth of land to disrupt the wetlands there. I don't think they should do that. I don't think it should be allowed, but that's what they're asking for. There is a Army Corps of Engineer permit in play that's being requested. The requested backfill on the wetlands and disturbance of surface water in that permit is different than what's in your application, which I find kind of interesting. If you look here, they say that there, on the 55.8 acres, there's 1.4 acres of other waters, 3.97 acres of freshwater wetlands, and that the proposal is to discharge fill into 1.67 acres of aquatic resources. Okay, so 1.67 acres, that's not all wetlands, that's surface water, that's the ditches that were talked about. This is area holding water now that is going to be backfilled, and that water's got to go somewhere. And it's going to go, to some extent, in the I don't have the slide that shows the drainage ponds, but it'll go in the ponds to some extent. But those ponds are going to drain and discharge through a culvert pipe. I haven't seen the design on it, but there's apparently a culvert pipe or more than one culvert pipe underneath some houses. It's going under people's houses, and it's going to discharge onto the properties to the north. And again, these are all 5, 15, 20 acre properties on a north boundary here. And that's where all that water is going to be discharged to. And it's going to work its way into the basin, and it's going to go down. Some of it's going to go under Waterline Road. In the past, it looks like a lot of it goes over the top of Waterline Road or just kind of sits there and floods it out. That's the problem we've been talking about. We have an issue with that. It should not be allowed. It's not just, in this case, it's not just the wetlands that they're backfilling. It's also surface water that's being removed. There's several big ponds out there and agricultural ditches that have water in that are going to be backfilled. That water is going to be displaced. That needs to be taken care of. Now, the applicants are saying that they're using the NOAA Atlas 14. I don't see specifically where they are using the NOAA Atlas 14, specifically the 12 inches in a 24-hour, 12 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. I don't see where they're using the most current data that Tom Gerstenberger is using for the Mill Creek Basin wastewater management area. I don't think that's being used. It should be in use. And pending now is actually a NOAA Atlas 15 that's being looked at. And I think any future stormwater needs to be considering that data right now, today, because of the past bad history we've had in the county, and specifically along Waterline Road. I've been talking about this for a long time. I've been talking about it because the road flooding every year, and it's getting worse every year. We can't tolerate it. So here in the Army Corps permit, there's an application request to fill 0.31 acres of wetland and 1.36 acres of surface waters, other waters they call it. It looks like I'm running out of time here, but on this slide you can see that's the general outline of the development. And this shows this multi-acre pond. This shows the wetlands. I'm not sure if Busbarn has swift mud delineated wetlands. The Zipper Road does, which is good. And, you know, there's like almost 5 acres of wetlands there that they're going to be dealing with. And they're backfilling in some. I think the code requires them to say why they can't do something different than backfill them. They can't bridge over it. They can't do something more substantial, maybe remove a couple of houses so they don't have to backfill so much that's holding water right now. You know, I don't trust the stormwater engineering on either one of these projects at this point. I don't know why you don't have Tom Gerstenberger here today. And staff is very critical. He knows this area very, very well. He knows how it stands now and what the future projections are. He needs to be talking here to the commissioners from staff perspective. I think that's very important. You're doing yourself and everybody else an injustice for him not to be here speaking, because he knows this area very well. He knows some of the problems I'm talking about. He knows what the current data is. And Denise, you can mention it. You started to mention something at the planning meeting about what the current data is for stormwater, and you didn't finish what you're saying. But again, the most significant is that tower.
Mark, your time's up. All right, John. Then I'm going to get back to the normal list that I had here.
Hi, my name is Sean Spicer. I'm a Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. I'm going to bring this map up.
Can you rotate that?
It kind of gives you a layout of...
Can you turn that? Yeah.
all the way around here, how many families are actually affected by these two developments? There's a lot of people all the way through. You both sides, all the way down Waterline, all of Zipper Road. You know, that's one thing really to take in consideration, all for one other family. Another thing I want to get to, I want to try to be fast and get through this. We've been here all day, and I appreciate you guys being here and sticking with us. This is another map we were talking about.
Flip that one too. Turn that.
What, this way?
Thanks.
This is a property down here. This is my property. We were talking earlier that Manatee County Stormwater maintains this. They do not. I repeat, they do not come to my property to touch any branch, any fill, any soils, anything. We do this personally as our family. Nobody comes and helps this water. We have to do it. We take all responsibilities of this. Another thing you should look at on this map is all the wetlands. We're losing so many wetlands, you know, just constantly. Wetland, wetland, wetland. All this is wetlands. It's all going away. The bus barn, this property here, you know why the bus barn left that, right? They ditched it to Neil because they couldn't get approval from the board because of State Road 64 10 years ago. Why are we changing anything with that? You know, this land is nothing but trouble. And since we're on the topic of stormwater, I realize this is a little larger. This was given to us back in 2009. This was a stormwater plan. And we're going to talk about experts and all that stuff. These are the experts that brought this to us. And Tom is on this list. He is still with the county. All this water is supposed to be going to the west. Because somebody dug a man-made ditch, everybody else is supposed to be responsible for that. That is just malarkey. We can't do this anymore. This is getting old. It's getting ridiculous. We deserve better than this. What's the other one here? Missing one, I'm sorry. Let's have two of these together. Realize this property here that was a commercial property got denied as well because of State Road 64 and the traffic that's on that road. There we go. This one here shows the different soils. You know, these are aquatic soils that they are going to build houses on now. I'll lay this one over it and you kind of get a good idea. They're going to build 18 houses on this. They're not even calling this wetlands. You know, they're getting just outside the boundaries. When we start talking about stormwater, you know, we called the county on Monday, the 311, to see if we get code enforcement to come out because we had water gushing through our property, and we located that there was a pump on another development that shouldn't be draining towards us at all. By 10 a.m., they closed that ticket. They closed the ticket without even contacting us. They just close it. They don't want nothing to do with it. You know, we got to take more responsibility as our county. You know, you guys that get to make these decisions of what is happening with code enforcement and stormwater. These people need to be held responsible for what they're doing. And if they're not going to do anything, then we got to move on and find somebody who will. I appreciate your time. I don't want to waste anybody's time, but I want to be short. I know it's been a long day. I really appreciate you guys. I'll leave this with the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alyssa Campbell. Got 10 minutes. All right, just name county residents and if you've been sworn. Petition? Okay, 20 minutes.
It won't take
Okay.
minutes, though. My name is Alyssa Campbell, and I'm a lifelong Manatee County resident, and I've been sworn in. I just wanted to first say that I appreciate your patience and just wanted to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I live on 18th Avenue East, directly bordering both the proposed Zipper Road and Bus Barn projects. My family and I are middle-class working residents. Before we even laid eyes on our home, we turned down Zipper Road and were completely taken aback by the beauty of it. Once you drive through that beautiful stretch of canopy oak trees, you are met with old Florida charm, which is a rare sight to see these days. We worked hard and we found a little slice of heaven to lay down roots and build a life we dreamed of. This is just a photo of the Zipper Road property, and you can actually see this cell tower here, which is owned by SBA Tower and being leased by T-Mobile. I understand that growth is inevitable, development can be necessary, and I also understand that property owners have the right to sell. I have no ill will towards them, even if they did stand up here and belittle us and minimize these proposals for their personal gain. However, there have been conflicting and misleading statements made throughout this entire process in
Can
an
you
attempt.
move the mic closer to you? Thank you.
However, there have been conflicting and misleading statements made throughout this process in an attempt to quickly push these projects through. When information is incomplete or inaccurate, it undermines the integrity of these plans, making it difficult for this board and for the public to fully understand the long-term consequences of these approvals. One example is this most recent accepted traffic study for the Zipper Road project on Excella dated on 9/30/25. If you look at the study, you will notice that there are 3 access points that are highlighted here: Bus Barn, Zipper Road, and also connecting to Waterline Road. However, their plans show a different study outline that was not listed on Excella with the traffic study. Bus Barn traffic study was approved on 10/9/25, just 9 days after, noting and relying on the Zipper Road project study in relation to their results. This begs the question if this is even an accurate representation of the traffic Zipper Road would allegedly experience daily. The fact is, Zipper Road cannot safely handle the increased traffic these 2 highly dense developments would generate. And neither of these project sites can exist at the density they are currently proposing without a second access. The access they are proposing to force onto Zipper Road, an incompatible rural road surrounded by incompatible agricultural properties. As I mentioned before, Zipper Road is lined with gorgeous oak trees. They have been here long before us and should remain here long after. As it stands today, Zipper Road handles the traffic of 37 homes. Because of this, we are currently able to walk this road safely. Approving an access point that would funnel more than 300 additional vehicles on this road, with that level of traffic, safety concerns are no longer hypothetical. They're inevitable. Once an injury occurs, the county will be forced to respond by widening the road, adding light pollution, and increasing infrastructure. That response would come at a devastating cost in the removal of the historic oak trees that define Zipper Road. If this access point is approved, you will be signing the death of each and every one of these historical trees. I also would like to correct another misleading statement that was made at the Planning Commission meeting, ironically by someone who said he only states facts. It was stated that State Road 64 widens to 3 to 4 lanes in front of Bayside. However, this inaccurate statement can easily be disputed in this photo. State Road 64 is a 2-lane road between Zipper Road and Bayside Church exit. There are no turn lanes or acceleration lanes at this intersection. This distinction matters for traffic flow and safety, especially in emergency situations. The most recent traffic study not only notes to add a turn lane from Zipper into the proposed neighborhood and no improvements on State Road 64. There's 2 pictures on here. Here's a photo of my son walking from the bus stop, which is right there where 64 and Zipper Road meet. This is a half-mile walk from our home. There are no streetlights here when it's dark out in the mornings, and luckily not much traffic going in and out at this time either. This is just a closer look of where the cars are near the bus stop. However, you cannot deny there are already safety concerns with this intersection on State Road 64 without the addition of 289 homes. It was mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting that surrounding parcels of land with more direct access to State Road 64 are to be available for purchase in the future. And if this information is not another misleading statement, then it may be more appropriate to pause these projects and seek a more suitable access. I'm not naive to the fact that this land surrounding us is attractive for development. However, both of these proposals are surrounded by agricultural zone properties and are highly incompatible with the surrounding land use. Many of these properties have hobby farms, small-scale agricultural businesses, or just enjoy their privacy and use their open land as a corridor for native wildlife. I personally maintain chickens, honeybees, and very loud geese. And this is actually the bus barn right here. So we're right next to it. Supposedly, we don't have animals. When asked at the meetings what buffers will be provided, the answer from both developer teams were that of none. No gates or fencing will be placed. The minimal allowed spacing will be filled. The minimal foliage will be installed. Densely compact two-story residential homes built immediately adjacent to agricultural land with minimal buffering creates unavoidable conflict and permanently alters the character of the area. This is the meeting with Zipper Road. Angelo asked what type of fencing will be installed along property lines. Matt Morris says fencing is not a requirement for buffers in Manatee County, and the developer is planning only a vegetated buffer at this time. Angelo asked if there's two-story homes that will be allowed alongside the property lines, affecting privacy. Matt Morris says two-story homes are allowed throughout the development. Homes would be at least 30 feet from property lines due to the 15-foot buffer, plus rear yard setbacks. Angelo asked if the neighborhood is gated. Matt Morris says no, they are not anticipating gating the development. And then I also have the bus barn meeting. The citizens were concerned about buffering, especially from residential areas to the west. Neighbors questioned why fences were not being used or required. Some citizens showed concern about maintenance of buffer areas. The presenters discussed required buffers, including the 15-foot greenbelt buffer and what would look like in terms of planting and opacity. Presenters explained that a wall or fence will not be constructed around the entirety of the property and that it is at the discretion of the homeowner whether to add a fence to their property. The developer explained they do not offer fence installation with the purchase and building of the homes. Additionally, presenters discussed maintenance responsibility of the buffers and open space by future HOA. Another problem that cannot be ignored is the direction of drainage. Elevating land and adding several acres of concrete will inevitably affect the current flow of natural water drainage. These project sites currently drain both north and northwest onto the neighboring properties, mine included, some of which already experience flooding issues, especially those on Waterline Road. No matter where the stormwater drainage ponds are placed, history has shown that they primarily benefit the project sites while causing flooding in surrounding areas, including areas that previously never experienced flooding before. If these developers are truly intended to support the surrounding community, then it is reasonable to ask why the current residents of this community are being ignored. You were told prior to my testimony to ignore me. Not a single household directly impacted by these projects supports the plans as they are currently proposed. Every question and concern that we have brought forward were glossed over and noted. Anyone who has driven down Zipper Road can plainly see that forcing this level of density and traffic onto a narrow rural roadway is not appropriate. Pushing these plans forward despite clear physical limitations, incompatibility with the surrounding area, and strong community opposition raises serious concerns about whether this is being done in good faith. If these plans included appropriate access, lower density, sufficient buffers, and an actual depiction of compatibility to the surrounding land use, I can guarantee the pushback from most neighbors would be little to none. I strongly urge you to hear all of us today and to take into consideration how unsafe and incompatible these proposed project sites are, and how approving them will negatively affect not only our beloved rural Canopy Road, but our cherished way of life. Please do not approve either of these projects today. Please protect your small-scale agricultural community. Please require safer access, reduced density, and development that is truly compatible with its surroundings. Thank you for your time and for considering the long-term impacts on residents who hope to remain here for years to come, in the county where I grew up in, and in the home I would like to retire in and one day pass down to my children.
Thank you, ma'am. Jonathan Sinkler. $20 minutes.
How are y'all doing? I have a whole respect for you guys.
Just state your name, county residence.
Hi,
If
I'm
you've been
Jonathan
sworn.
Sinkler. I have been sworn. I'm a sixth-generation Manatee County resident and the third generation to live and work this land. And something I found out after the most recent USDA census, which you get if your property is agriculture, I'm also the largest cattle baron in Lakewood Ranch, from Lakewood Ranch Boulevard to Burnside Road, from University Parkway to Waterline Road. Our 50 acres and 13 skinny cows make me the largest cattle baron in the community. Commissioners, it's important for y'all to understand we didn't come here riding down I-75 after a bad snowstorm up north. We came on covered wagons in the 1870s after the Civil War when there were no roads, and this place was called the Village of Manatee. We settled right over there on the other side of the river on Moran Road, and it's still there to this day, and we have been farming in this county ever since for the last 150 years. My grandfather farmed this particular piece of land since 1962 when John F. Kennedy was still president, and boy did he farm it. All through the 60s, 70s, it was tomatoes, eggplants, and bell peppers. It was pigs, cattle, and turkey. If it grew from seed or needed to eat feed, he raised it. But come the 80s, the land was played out. The nutrition of the soil was used up. It was depleted. There was nothing left. First thing you learn in FFA, it all starts with the soil. Healthy soil makes healthy food. Healthy food makes healthy people. Unhealthy soil makes unhealthy food. So come the 80s, when the land was played out and the pasture was mostly weeds, Grandpa got a new plan. Because this area was still a farming community, by sheer luck and the grace of God, there was a packing house on the neighboring property. That's the packing house right here. And they needed a place to dump. See, all those farms that used to be around here ran their vegetables through that packing house. And if a vegetable had a blemish that wouldn't allow it to be sold at a grocery store, it was tossed in that dump truck that made trip after trip, day in, day out. That's why we have cattle guards on the southeast corner of our property. So the dump truck driver, who was making many trips a day some days, didn't have to keep out and opening the gate. He was also approached by the newcomers who had bought all these little tracts of land but hadn't built their house yet. They asked if he could put cows on it so they didn't have to mow it. In its prime, we had 99 acres of pasture land and enough free feed to feed as many cows as we wanted. So, a few things I want to correct for the record. Everyone keeps calling, this is my place here. You can see when it was being grown my tomatoes. Grandpa's place up here. You see this here? Everyone keeps saying that's wetland. That was clear pasture land. It's just growed up in Brazilian pepper now. We had a 99-year lease on this property. We ran cows on almost all these tracts around here at some point or another. He was able to survive another 20 years like that, essentially turning the place into a feedlot. Someone asked how he did it and how, maybe this was never a big commercial ranch to make a profit. No, at one point, this place was basically a feedlot. We were running cow after cow through that bad boy. But one by one, the properties that we used to run cows on for people got cut up and developed. The farms moved east and the packing house stopped packing, and we stopped getting truckloads of vegetables for the cows. All those advantages we used to have are gone and they're not coming back. Times have changed. So I actually looked in to see how much it would cost to bring the soil back up to sustainable pasture. I talked to Armstrong Fertilizing Company right over there. I think it's in Rabonia. It's actually cheaper for me to buy one of Pat Neal's Simply Dwell homes every year than to buy enough fertilizer to fertilize our pasture. So good job, Pat. You're cheaper than fertilizer. Let's talk about that cell phone tower for a minute. I think we know a little bit about the cell phone tower that's been out there since 2001, okay? That tower was put up by 2001 by Nextel Corporation. I think it's subleased to SBA, who subleases a portion to Virgin Mobile. And some of the members on this actual board, I think, approved the replacement tower for it on Uline and 44th. That's not a 5G tower. That's not some high-tech tower. No, it is an old tower. Mark got that right, and its days are numbered. We could get a 90-day notice tomorrow, and it is coming down. Like, when I say my family's in a rock and a hard place on this place, we are. It is a moot point. I would be shocked if we make it through the rest of the year with that thing. As far as exotic species, the only thing exotic on that place is fire ants. I would happily donate them to whatever park or whoever wants them. Oh, man, I'm really dropping the ball with the pictures. There is a little over 2 miles of fence line on that property. Only a quarter mile of that has been rebuilt in the last 20 years. It cost me about $3 a linear foot to build a wire fence myself. And this would actually be an easy fence to rebuild because it's clear and open. Most of the fences are grown up Brazilian pepper, where you got to get in there with a chainsaw, you got to try and roll up the old fence, figure out what you're going to do with the cows when you don't have a fence up. Get our chainsaw cleared. If I actually had to pay someone or paid myself anything, it would probably cost more like $15, $20 a foot. After my grandfather died, we have tried hard to raise enough money to pay the taxes on the place, but the place needs more money than what we can ever get out of the cows. The only reason we have made it this long is because I have poured every dollar and ounce of sweat I could into this place. I work overtime and nights to keep the fences standing and the feed bill paid. Actually, I got to be at work at 5 a.m., so I'm trying to rush through this for you guys. Y'all know how much it costs to feed a cow? We got 7 months of growing season down here, and we ain't got good grass when it's growing. And the other 5 months, I spend $60 on a round bale if I can find it, because Sincata sells out every year, and then I'm scrambling. Like right now, I'm thinking I'm going to have to go to Lithia Saturday to try and get some hay. I spend I spend $16 on a bag of sweet feed every other day and $21 a bag on mineral every month. And I have to put mineral out because there's no nutrients in the grass that's out there. It's not even a grass. That if I don't put the mineral out, the cows start going infertile or start having organ issues. Like they go into organ failure after like 6 months without putting mineral out. The grass you see in this photos isn't even grass. That's not Bahia. That's not Hermathia on the place. That's nutsedge. That's that invasive weed you keep trying to pull out of your flower beds that keeps coming back. A real farmer would be agreeing with me. No, they'd be demanding that something be done before this spreads to their place. According to the University of Florida, nutsedge is the citrus canker to the cattlemen. It's a highly invasive weed that thrives in poor soil and holds little to no nutritional value. It's like you eat nothing but white rice. It would fill you up, but you ain't getting nothing out of it. Saying a subdivision doesn't belong here? No, a ranch doesn't belong here. If this is such great farmland, why have all the farmers and ranchers left? Why are we the only ones left, us and the subdividers who claim to be hobby farmers? Dan Loback, I'm going to answer your question right now. We are not giving up. We are not trying to cash out and ride into the sunset. No, we are simply asking to sell our on-farmable farmland to buy farmable land. You guys are the county commissioners, so I know you know how this works, but for the sake of the public who keeps calling us greedy, I'm going to explain this. We are doing a 1031 exchange, which means if we sell farmland, we have to buy farmland in a like-kind exchange. We are already eyeing some land 15 minutes east out in Mayaca, land that we can prosper on, that has good soil and isn't a sand lot. Look, you don't have to be a 7th generation or 6th generation Florida cracker to know that is not ideal grazing land, not to mention the problems we have with sand colic out there. Y'all want to keep agriculture alive in Manatee County? This is how you do it. Let the real farmers farm. We are not hobby farmers. We are actual farmers. Y'all know the difference between a hobby farmer and an actual farmer? A hobby farmer occasionally tries to put food on their plate. An actual farmer tries to put food on your plate. If there were truly all these family farms and all this agricultural area, all up and down Zipper Road and that area of 64, why don't I see a single vegetable stand like I do in Parrish? Or a farm fresh egg stand like I do in Mayaco? Or a single person selling local honey? I'll tell you why. There aren't many. I know I drive these roads every day. And to clarify something about a comment that was made about the Planning Commission, the comment that was made is out of all the properties that actually border us, none of them have cattle. Not one. There is a person that has a pet chicken, okay? But no one has any cattle. I think Miss Chambness has a horse or two, but on the properties that physically touch ours, there ain't no other cows. Here's a definition of farmland, the requirements for it to be considered agricultural in Manatee County. Let's read it and see if any of this matches any of the public comments. Part 2, I didn't have to highlight this. The county did it for me. Good faith commercial agricultural use of property is defined as the pursuit of an agricultural activity for a reasonable profit, or at least upon a reasonable expectation, meeting investment costs and realizing a reasonable profit, expecting therefore be viewed from the standpoint of the fee owner measured in light of his investment. I don't think that counts me working 20 hours a week at the gas company doing utilities to keep the feed bill paid and the fences standing. Here's the fact of the matter. Their life isn't going to change. They can still drive down their paved road to their 1 acre lot and have their pet chicken, but we cannot continue on Zipper Road. No matter which way y'all vote today, this place is not remaining a failing cow pasture for 13 skinny cows. The old times are gone. They're not coming back. We still want to farm, but on more suitable land. I want to build an operation that I can leave to my son so that he can leave to his one day, like we always have. I hear a lot of comments saying that this is going to ruin your country way of life. Hold on, I gotta get the picture ready for that one. Stand by. Hear a lot of comments saying it's going to ruin your country way of life if this is going to be developed in tracts smaller than 5 acres. The west side of Zipper Road already abuts a subdivision. It has since 1999. So when all these people moved out here, they moved next to a subdivision. And in my 37 years, there has yet to be a mob from Mill Creek come over with pitchforks and torches saying they can't have a chicken. On the east side of Zipper Road, there's already a subdivision zoned PDR. It touches the bus barn property. It's catty corner. And there's only, I think, 5 or 6 lots that are even over 5 acres currently on Zipper Road. The rest have already been cut up into smaller tracts. This is rules for me, but not for thee. You guys weren't here first, and 25 years is not a long time for us. We respect that you have property rights, but respect ours. We didn't move next to you. You moved next to us. When should all of the building been stopped? Before y'all cut up Earl Bailey's piece? Before you cut up the Zeter piece? Or before the Miss Roberts piece? Before 50-acre lots became your 1 acre lot? Or your 2.28 acre lot? Or a 2-acre sand lot? I don't know where y'all came from, but I'm sure of one thing. If you think this is the country, you must have lived near a skyscraper with a fire escape, because there are more people than cows on Zipper Road. And if there was even a concern that they wouldn't be able to farm there was going to be a nuisance from an HOA, if they were real farmers, they would know that they're already protected under the Florida Right to Farm Act. It's been there this whole time. Miss Feltz, we did this just for you. I've never seen snow, so it's colder than heck outside. But you asked about utilities and the canopy on the trees. We rushed and scrambled and got this in the last 9 hours when we were sitting here. On Zipper Road, there is a 36-inch water main buried 6 foot deep. It's been there since the 80s, I want to say. They open laid that. That means they took an excavator down the side of the road along those trees and dug a trench 6 foot deep and laid 3 foot of cover on it, okay? So Zipper Road has city water. I mean, you heard some of the residents talk about that. So it's in the name, city water. I think one of the residents said she wanted city sewer, or she wanted to get city sewer. It doesn't strike me as country. But the important thing about this is I work for the gas company. I install gas mains. They're all underground. They don't open lay anymore, they directional drill, meaning they don't have to disturb the soil and rip everything out. Nope, they take a rod and they shoot it. Here's another photo. You can see that water main running right down the edge of that oak tree canopy where it's been for 25, 30 years, and the trees are thriving. I'd like to address another public comment that was made here today.
Sir, this isn't here.
Sorry. Okay.
It's not your job to address public comment, but if you just want to add more to your own testimony, that's fine.
Okay. Well, here's a bird's eye view of the property. You can see how sandy it is. Well, y'all, I'm not going to waste any more of y'all's time. That's our family story. We're not selling out to make a profit. We're just looking to farm farmable land. Thank you. Please consider us.
Thank you. And I get it's long, but I don't want to give you the impression you're wasting your time. So at the end of the day, we're still factoring it in, comments and expressions aside.
I understand.
I've just heard that a lot. I don't want you all to feel like you're wasting
Hey,
it.
I have total respect. I have a whole new respect for what y'all do.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. All right, Stephen Thompson, 10 minutes. No. Hey, you want to do call-ins? Have fun. I'm out.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Stephen Thompson. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Najmi Thompson. I apologize. I have been sworn. I'm actually a resident of Sarasota, but I'm a friend of the Moran family. I am in favor of the proposal. The property is zoned agriculture. As you've heard, the Moran family has farmed this for many, many years. However, if you take a look at these maps, this property is in the path of development, and I think development has already gone past to the east of this property, and I think I've read one report that says this really is an infill site. I think that's extremely important when you begin to look at what development has done, how it has come. This is really an infill site. And as you heard from the Morans, there is no way you can farm this property. It is not appropriate for agricultural use. The county has designated this property on its comprehensive plan as UF3. That allows for up to 3 dwelling units per acre. This development request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And I think the staff has done a great job in the evaluation and the review. And I'd just like to cite a couple of provisions from the staff report. First, it says the proposed development is located in an area transitioning from agricultural uses to residential uses, which is really true and accurate when you take a look at that, and you know that you can't have agricultural uses on this property any longer anyway. Your staff report goes on to state that the proposed development can be found to be a logical expansion of the PDR district in an area transitioning from primarily agriculture to residential uses. This is an appropriate use. So again, the staff has recognized that. They're seeing what's happening out there. This area is changing. The area to the east has even changed more. The county designated this property for development. When the county designated this property, I think it was 29 years ago, UF3, that's residential use. At that time, 29 years ago, they didn't say, oh, we want this to be agriculture in the future. They designated it for residential. And I think if you take a look at how this property has developed, it's been developing consistent with how the comprehensive plan, how Manatee County designated it 29 years ago. Again, the property is no longer appropriate for agriculture. Landowners in the county have a right to rely upon the comprehensive plan. If you have a comprehensive plan designation of UF3, that means you have the right to have up to 3 units per acre. Again, the property is appropriate for residential development, consistent with your comprehensive plan. The bottom line, and what this commission has got to make a decision about, you've heard a lot of things today. I haven't heard a lot of things about consistency with the comprehensive plan and land development code. That really is the key. Is this request consistent? You take a look at your staff report. Yes, I didn't see any issues of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. Your planning commission, which is the designated planning commission for the county, for Manatee County, and the advisor to the Manatee County Commission, basically made the determination. They reviewed, they looked at all the evidence, the presentations, they made the determination that this request was consistent with the county's comprehensive plan, land development code, and compatible, and made the recommendation for approval. In my opinion, that is the strongest evidence that's going to be presented tonight. I would request that you find this a request to be consistent with your land development code, comprehensive plan, and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan Jones, and then we'll take a 5-minute break after that. All right, folks, let's calm it down a little bit.
Well, thank you for taking a break after me. Name is Dylan Jones.
Okay.
Been a resident of Manatee County since...
Order. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Been a resident of Manatee County since 1993, and yes, I've been sworn in. Since you've already heard from a lot of people and an excess of enthusiasm can sometimes result in an absence of attention, I will try to be brief. I live on Zipper, right near where the proposed entrance will be, and I oppose this plan to place hundreds of people at my doorstep, which is barely 30 feet from said entrance. How they intend to turn it into a standard road is unfathomable to me. There's a stunning lack of width for most of it, particularly north of the 18th Avenue juncture. In fact, it was still dirt right up until barely a decade ago, just as it was when the Zipperers settled in this area over a century ago. After the Bradens, the Gates, and the Whitakers opened the way to agriculture, the Zipperers, the Fogartys, and others like them came to Manatee County with the hope of supporting and preserving the paradise their predecessors had made, and appreciated the bounty the Manatee River gave to them, long before it was dammed. The canopy on Zipper Road, which you have been much reminded of, used to be one among hundreds. Now there are precious few. Many of the families out on that road, both then and now, sought it out for the beauty of the land, not because it was an easy life or near to the bounties of civilization, but because you could see the stars at night and hear the owls in the trees. Many in Florida love to say, keep the country country until there's money to be made, and then the land is forgotten and not remembered. As the area has exploded since the dawn of this millennium, Zipper has remained a sort of calm eye in the middle of a hurricane of rampant, wanton overdevelopment. A big reason for that are these families who take pride in owning this land, the same pride that the Morans rightfully feel. Now, I will say that I can absolutely see the benefits of putting more homes in the area. Maybe one single-family home per acre, let's say, with people who treat the area as a permanent residence, rather than boxy eyesore apartment complexes or cookie-cutter multifamily monstrosities full of people who may stay no longer than a few years, bound only by a lease rather than love or family history. According to Federal Housing Finance Director Bill Pulte, construction costs are dropping, and average 30-year mortgage rates have gone below 6%
Sir,
for
I'm
the
just
first
gonna
time
jump-
since 2023.
I apologize for interrupting. You're getting a little bit off topic. I get what you're speaking to, but let's focus back on Zipper and Bus Barn, please.
Understood. Again, I can see the benefits of having more friendly neighbors. I can especially see the benefits of having a sewer system instead of septic, although apparently I won't even get the benefit of that. And yes, it is nice having a Publix 5 minutes away instead of 15. I'll grant that. that I would trade all of the possible benefits for the freedom, safety, and peace that Zipperer provides and has always provided. In conclusion, since you've heard from most of the people living on Zipperer in one way or another, I will speak for one who used to, who cannot be here. I will speak for my grandmother, who came to the Sarasota-Bradenton area after leaving the Mills Brothers Circus in the 70s, after surviving the London Blitz and a lifetime already spent working with all sorts of animals, from elements to mice. She moved to Zipperer to raise greyhounds, sometimes going without basic needs herself, so that her children and the animals under her care would have the best possible life. She was known to all the residents of the street, a hardworking, sweet-tempered woman who spoke her mind, was the first to volunteer to help, and was the least selfish person I ever met. Never a bully or petty, moral without quoting scripture, never a complainer or conniver, never a clutcher of pearls, never cruel or cowardly, someone who had seen scorched earth firsthand and would never approve of such blight or taking anything away from her neighbors and friends. She would walk up and down Zipperer almost every day, right up until her 90s. She, Mary Chamness, and I used to walk together, appreciating the beauty of the canopy and benefiting from the clean air, the surrounding nature that is now threatened by this proposal. When she began to lose her memory, her strength, her incredible joie de vivre, I bought the home from her so that she would have anything she needed until her death, which was a year and a half ago. I've tried my hardest to care for that home, to make it better than she left it, to live my best possible life in the place that she was so proud of, no matter how small, the piece of precious earth that fulfilled her American dream, and I will continue to do so, even in the face of overwhelming encroachment. I thank all my neighbors for speaking up and encourage them to keep doing the same, and I thank this board for their time and hope they will make the good choice, the right choice, and the hard choice.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a break, 5 minutes, and then Anthony Shula with Glenn Jubilina after. Thank you. All right, we are back and I have Anthony Shula.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Anthony Shulo, and for the record, I have been sworn. I'm a Manatee County resident. Before I am going to make this brief, I did have a proxy for more time, but I'm not going to submit that. But before I start my comment, I just wanted to say that I really respect and admire this family for this reason. The way they've represented their father and their grandfather today, with what he's given them, I hope that when I leave my land to my kids, that they sure speak that highly of me. I mean, you know, I think it was pretty awesome. You spoke pretty eloquently of your father. So, anyways, sorry to say this, but I am here to oppose the rezoning of your project. And now, don't hate me for that. It's not because of anything personally. I don't live on Zipper Road. I live on Jim Davis Road. And just about 18 months ago, we stood up here, all of the residents on Jim Davis Road, and we were fighting for this same, almost identical sort of situation with rezoning property adjacent to us when we were afraid and very much concerned because we all flooded out and had to evacuate and lost all of our livestock and other things. We were afraid that, hey, they're going to come in and do some work, and it sure sounds good. I mean, 50% better than nothing. I'll take the nothing if it's a for-profit entity. Okay. And that was it was a great comment. You say, hey, if you got nothing, I'd take that 50. I don't know, I'm getting conflicting here. So I'm getting a hang on from the clerk. She's in charge.
No, I'm sorry. I'll just give you another minute at the end. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I hope to not take that. But the point I'm getting at here is, you know, they offered a lot in their engineering designs, in their plans, to try to make us feel comfortable that they were going to make it better for us. But I'm just not going to take that bet. I mean, not for a for-profit entity, and I can understand why other residents don't want to take that bet either. But here's what I will bet on. You see, the county has a responsibility to that stormwater management. And I really took it to the county as well as the developers that were adjacent to us. I took it to them because they have a responsibility to keep those waterways clean. More importantly, they have a responsibility to have a stormwater management plan in these basins that protects all of us, even you and the property that you have. So when I say that I object to this project, it's not because I don't want it to see it developed. I just don't think it's the right time now to do that. You are absolutely entitled to those landowner rights. As a landowner myself, I hope that we all recognize that. But what you're not entitled to is the rezone when you want it. You're just not entitled to the rezone when you want it. Now, it's all about timing, right? I remember in the planning, Mr. Moran, I thought this was a great statement. You said your father didn't own stock, but cattle was the stock that he owned. Well, when you buy land, it's the same sort of proposition, right? It could be worth a lot, it could be worth a little, and it's all based on your timing. If I had GE stock today and I was going to give it to my children, it sure wouldn't be worth as much as it was about 12 or 13 years ago, and it would have been bad timing, right? It'd be bad timing to sell it then. So when I think about timing in the county, again, we are here, all of these residents are here because we are concerned. We've seen this rapid growth in this county. We're here early in the process. We are awake, especially in districts 1 and 5, to the damage that could potentially happen to all of us. We're all aware of the dangerous situation that density has caused, and we're just not in favor of more of it. Just not right now. You know, my testimony here, as Mr. Vogler stated, it's an item of concern, right? I'm not speaking of any factual information like the engineers. But I have to say, the infrastructure issues, the stormwater, the traffic, etc., many level of service issues, they're concerning to me and others. And our concern by the citizens, well, that's a matter of fact. Our concern is a matter of fact. The density requested on this property, although less than maximum, or the maximum you could pack on there, is still not beneficial to the county, the neighborhood, or the public right now. And you're making a decision on timing right now. Coming here in this quasi-judicial format, seeking approval from elected county officials is required because land use decisions are permanent. They're powerful and they're legally required. Your decision protects existing communities, enforces elements of the comprehensive plan, it ensures infrastructure and safety, and balances the growth with the quality of life. You have to make defensible, evidence-based decisions. Timing refers to when a development is appropriate, not whether the development is allowed at all. And that distinction is critical. The potential for this type of rezone may be allowed someday, but not yet. Concurrency in public facilities timing policies state that roads, schools, utilities, and emergency services shall be available at the time of development or concurrent with impacts. If not, the Board of County Commissioners may lawfully deny or defer the proposal. If you guys on this board deny this project, it's important to recognize they are not denying the sale right of your property. This is denying the rezone request, which is a condition I'm sure is placed by the buyer. The current landowner themselves, you're not entitled to the rezone whenever you want it. If the buyer wants that land, like was already paid for at Bus Barn, if they want that land from the seller, buy it, prospect it. You prospected Bus Barn, prospect this other one and pay them a fair price. The timing may be right in 10 years. Rezones are not a right of sale. I understand it's a business proposition. So buy it. I mean, you want to sell it, tell them to pay you for it. It's worth it. I believe it's worth it. It may not be worth it right now today. Buy it. prospected. Without sounding rude, I would say that your family's prospected that property and done really well on it for a long time. The last thing I wanted to say is residents who live here now, residents who are enduring this rapid growth, and the residents who elected you are asking you to be our voice. The timing is not right. I'm just sorry to say that it's very difficult for everyone else who's here in this county to endure this intensified growth without the infrastructure investment. And I'll still keep taking it to the county to spend money on this infrastructure while the market's down. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Glenn Jablina. Let's restart that clock.
For the record, Glenn Jablina, Manatee County, and I have been sworn. Well, I closed my eyes for a minute there, and I thought it was a reenactment of Billy McBride or Better Call Sal. I wasn't sure. First and foremost, I agree. It's a rezone. Sometime in the future. Not yesterday, not today, maybe not for another year, 10 years. It's a rezone. They're not entitled to it. It's up to you guys to do that. And you've heard me talk about added value, right? So you take the value of the land, which, by the way, I went on the tax appraiser, and for the 24 acres, it's $3,100 a year. So it's $9 a day. That's their taxes. You go up and you rezone it to housing. Now maybe it's worth $100,000 an acre. You have to give back to the community something, because when you bring their land value up, you're entitled to get something back. They're not entitled to that. The only added value this project would bring is misery to the people that live in that community. Here's my concern. Oh, and I shout out to Mosaic. I guess they couldn't save the sand pit over there, so even with artificial fertilizers, they couldn't fix it. So who knows? We heard a lot of information. I heard earlier, well, the planning board, passed it. They passed it by this much. Matt Bauer left. It would have never passed if they had a good planning board up there. So don't buy with that. And the planning board certainly didn't have the information we got here today in the last 12 hours. So that's my point. There's no rush. There's no rush to make a vote today. There's no rush on the rezone. I would err on the side of caution, and you might want to tap your attorney for some additional information. You've had hundreds of pages of prevailing documents on both sides that, I took Evelyn Wood reading course, and I couldn't get through all those documents. I think you need to take a step back, have staff, get Gerzerberger down here, get the county attorney, and you guys read the documents that were officially put into the record. I guarantee you didn't. You might find something, man, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, we didn't look at, like the tower, right? That is an excellent point that was never brought up by the opposing party.
Glenn, I'm just going to jump in.
Go ahead.
You're citing other people's evidence. You're not adding anything new here.
Okay, all right.
Even less so than
all right,
other
I
people.
appreciate that. So all I am saying is you should, the attorney should, review evidence that has been submitted to the clerk for review. And really, the people that testified that own property in there, they're really parties to this. Myself, I'm making a public comment. Homeowners, they're a party. If this goes further on a lawsuit, they'll all be parties to it because they're the ones suffering the real damage on this rezone. So that's another consideration that you need to look at and examine from both sides. I don't think this side brought up enough information a few of people on our side found information, and I don't think you tonight can make a reasonable decision without reviewing all the facts. So I would err on the side of caution. I know it's a long night. We're gonna wrap this up. What else did I have here? Oh yeah, you know, I do permaculture. I got chickens. You know, there are regenerative farmers out there that use cows and chicken tractors progressively, and they rebuild their land. Joe Soliton of Polyface Farms is one of them. So that's what I would do. I would take, you know, you got the flooding, the safety, the kids going to school, the traffic, the canopies. I'm not going to reiterate all that. You know all that. All I'm saying is that take all the facts from the documents that were submitted today and review them, and do not rush this vote, because without pertinent information, and make a reasonable assumption from the information that you could review and come to a logical decision. Again, a rezone is not a right. It's a privilege. A rezone is sometime when the time is right. And the previous speaker said the time is right. I would be in sync with him. The time is not right. And for the record, thanks for hanging out with you tonight, man. This is good. I'm going to bring my sleeping blanket and finish it. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. I can assure you, 7 hours of a hearing. We're not rushing anything. I have Kathy Ash Chalmers next. Kathy, there you go.
I think I was sworn because I stood up and, okay, because I'm short and I didn't know if you saw me in the background. Okay. I've lived here 72 years.
Oh, name, county, residence, if you've been
My
sworn.
name is Kathy Ash Chalmers. I've lived in Manatee County for 72 years. I too was raised out on Zipper Road. I know the Moran kids because we were raised together. Their dad and my dad were best friends. Living on that road was such a privilege. The house that my granddad built back in the 60s is still a reminder of the quiet and peaceful life that we enjoyed. Those majestic trees, as you come off of State Road 64, need to be protected at all cost. Not just oh yeah, we're going to do it just to get this thing approved. I mean, concrete evidence that these trees will be preserved. Make no mistake, State Road 64 is deadly. My younger sister lost her life at State Road 64 and Zipper Road. Please consider the people that call Zipper Road home. They have invested their heart and soul in that property, and I would give anything to live back out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I have Helena Bagley. Or Helena Bagley. Sorry. Helena, sorry.
And I have been sworn in.
Got it. And just repeat your name.
Helena Beckley. Okay, I am the last house at the end of Zipper Road, directly across from where the development proposes its exit or entrance. Entrance, I would think. I don't have a big speech. I just think that everybody who has lived on Zipper Road for the amount of time they have, whether it's been a little time or whether you have dibs on that, you've been there the longest. Generations come and go. We all know that. Everybody is entitled to do what they want with their property. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem, though, with the capacity for what the road can entail right now. And I haven't seen anything here today presented to alleviate what will happen when on our road. I know that Mr. Neal said that he patrols his truck by how he monitors them and his checkbook. But also the velocity of that amount of trucks coming down our road every day, where you have kids walking, you have elderly people walking, you have animals that are on the road intermittently that just escape or just break out. So I would ask you, as a collective group, we are the stewards on our road. We have been on our road for quite a long time, and we have taken care of our property. And we love our properties, but also you, as a collective group, are the stewards of this county. And I would hope you would recognize our voices here today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lindsay Ryan. All right. Appreciate everyone being expeditious.
Hi,
Go ahead.
Lindsay Ryan, lifelong resident of Manatee County, and yes, I've been sworn in. So I had a lot to say today, but it's all been said. Our property is on Waterline Road, but the backside of our property butts up to the dead end of Zipper Road, and we personally have experienced immense amount of flooding. The first year, we were told it was a 100-year storm. Well, this year we were in a drought, and 3 separate times our slough, which actually has been mentioned multiple times by the applicant, that little slough runs directly on our property, and every time it rained this summer, my entire property flooded. And we do have animals. We have 30 animals if you count the chickens, but we have cows, we have goats, we have horses. My husband and I took our entire life savings to buy this property 2 years ago, and everything that we've poured into it is now being questioned. We've put up fencing. We've put thousands and thousands of dollars to try to get our pastures healthy again so that we can have livestock. But we've had multiple people tell us until the water gets mitigated, we are literally washing our money down the road. We've had experts come out. They said if the water would drain properly, we would not have this issue, but it just sits. It has nowhere to go. It floods every time. The traffic is a concern. The infrastructure is a concern, but for us personally, the flooding has been detrimental. So I won't go into all the other things that I was going to speak on today, but I just want to say we are personally affected, and we've watched all of our neighbors be affected by the flooding. So I'd love to trust the engineering plan, but we've watched it fail time and time again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Tara Bolest. Bolesta.
Hi, I'm Tara Balesta. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I have been sworn in. Is that right? I'm the owner of 17020 Waterline Road. My property is adjacent to the proposed project, and I am writing this to express my support for the rezoning request being considered. I have been leasing the property to the registered agent of the Birds of Paradise Sanctuary since March of 2020. The sanctuary purchased their own property in East Manatee County, are in the process of relocating their new home to 5135 241st Street East in Mayaca City. Their current tenancy adjacent to this rezoning is now on a month-to-month basis as they are moving out. I have given an extension to allow adequate time for them to finalize their move. Currently, the month-to-month lease is set to terminate March 31st of 2026. With this in mind, the property will become vacant, and I plan to pursue rezoning next year with the intention to sell my property for its highest and best use. As a property owner, I believe it is my right to sell my property to any willing, ready, and able buyer I choose to contract with. Of course, I understand that zoning protocols exist to ensure proper drainage, buffers, and other requirements, and I fully support those standards. For my understanding, this project not only meets those requirements, but goes above and beyond them. This type of development is consistent with the trend in the area where agricultural uses are giving way to residential and mixed-use communities.
The developers involved in these projects have demonstrated that they are responsible and committed to improving local infrastructure. Their plans include enhancing Zipper Road to the county standard, as well as improvements to drainage and flooding mitigation, benefits that will positively impact surrounding properties and residents. Additionally, the applicant is committing to road improvements funded from their own budget, which will save Manatee County money. Approval of this project will also generate increased property tax revenue, providing additional funds to improve our county and benefits to residents. I do not see any negative impact from this particular project. On the contrary, it appears that everyone will benefit in the long run from the additional revenue and infrastructure improvements it will bring. I respectfully urge you to approve this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kent Hatch.
Hello, my name's Kent Hatch. I have been sworn in. I'm a resident of Manatee County and of Zipper Road. I want to point out that in an earlier item today, the comment was made that you can't correct errors that were made in the past. Well, you are creating the past now. Please don't make errors that will cause problems in the future. I want to point out that a lot of community members came here and they're not here any longer because it's been so long. So I just want to show some signs of evidence of their feelings. We all have signs, everyone down Zipper Road saying, "Say no to zoning." And I want to submit these. Okay. There we go, all pretty much down the whole road. An earlier person talked about untruths, and then he pointed out all of the properties on Zipper Road that don't have animals. Unless the only animals that are worth considering to be animals are cattle, this is simply not true. It's true that I don't have animals, but the neighbors to the south of me have horses and goats and chickens, and by the way, they sell their eggs. The neighbors on the other side of me to the north have geese and chickens, and as you heard earlier, there's other people that do have animals too. So that's not true. I'd like to point out that not all of us have lived here as long as the Morans did. They got to enjoy a wonderful lifestyle. They're farmers and wonderful people, but does that make us any less worthy of a wonderful life? We've also bought property. We bought the property because it's on Zipper Road, which is a dead-end road, which makes it low on traffic and safe for our children. I would like to point out 4 facts here. My son, Caleb, who's 12, my son, Ian, who's 9, my daughter, Kiana, who's 3, my daughter, Kiana, who's 7, and my daughter, Kira, who's 5, who all walk to the bus stop on the corner of Zipper and 64 on a road that has no sidewalks, which isn't an issue because there isn't much traffic. It's not the cars or that cars or trucks will be going up and down Zipper. It's the number of cars and trucks that will be going up and down Zipper that enhance the risk. 64, as was pointed out, does not have turn lanes there. It's very dangerous. The bus stops right on that corner. My kids have to get on. People don't always stop for the sign of the bus. And as your own people have pointed out, additional development makes 64 enough. I'd also like to point out that nobody is saying that the Morans shouldn't be able to sell their property. They should be able to. We're just saying that they're drawing a false dichotomy. It's not high-density housing or nothing at all. they can sell it within the constraints of the current zoning. Now, they've said they've checked that out, but I don't know what that means, and neither do you, because they did not explain that. What I can tell you is that I looked on Zillow this morning. Yeah, it's still this morning. And there are parcels being sold between, I can only limit it to between 5 and 10 acres, that range between, 300,000 and 4.75 million. This one, 4.75 million is, I think, a little over 6 acres in the area. These are properties that sold since 2003, okay, in the area, okay, that are, again, between 5 and 10 acres. If you look at that, it looks to me like about the average that a 5-acre lot of land will sell for is about $500,000, which you take their 55 acres, divide it, it's 11 of those parcels, that would net them $5.5 million. That's a nice sum of money. It's more than I will ever see. Their taxes, this is public knowledge. Moran family, I won't burden you, go through the sections, but it's, well, paid now it's $2,963.41. The other Moran property, it's $12.12. Jonathan Ankler's is...
Hold on.
Yeah? I'm just... Oh, you want to write?
I don't really understand where you're going with
What
this.
I'm
I get
just
this as,
saying
these are,
is-
hold
what
on,
I'm saying
guys.
is they
You can still
put
get
this-
this information of the property appraiser. It's not
This is-
secret.
this
But
is-
where are
this
you going
is-
with this?
Where I'm going with this is so that you know what kind of a burden they're facing, okay? It was presented that this is a huge financial burden to Mr. Sinclair, and you need to know what it is, okay? I'm not making a judgment on it. I'm just saying so that you know, so that you have...
Commissioner Cruz, let's chill out there. Let's start wrapping this up,
I'm
please.
sorry, I don't know. Okay, anyway. But my point is that they can make plenty of money. Nobody's stopping them from doing that. All we're asking is that they respect the other people that live there. I would like to live, I chose to live there because I wanted to raise my family in a safe neighborhood that's quiet, where there isn't lots of traffic on the road, where the kids aren't going to get hit, where there's not much crime, where we have good neighbors. And I would hope you'd think my life and the life of my neighbors here also have some value. And I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, sir. Send those to the clerk. Okay. So you both put yourselves together here. I don't know if you want to speak both. Both of you want to speak or just one, but I have Melissa. Oh, no, sorry. That's Melissa Moran Sinclair. One person. Okay, got it. That was an and. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'll tell y'all one thing. When I grow up, I am not being a county commissioner. It is too late for me. Me either.
Is there
All
a
right.
refund for this?
Huh?
Go ahead, sorry. Name county residents have you been sworn.
Yeah, My name is Melissa Moran Sinclair. I have been sworn in. I am a Florida native and a lifelong resident of Manatee County, and I am number 3 of the Moran family. I live 7 minutes east from our family property. I have taken so much out of this, so just give me a time to see where I'm going to pick this up at. This opportunity will be a generational blessing, not an entitlement, not only for each of my father's 6 children, but also for our children and our children's children, almost all of whom are still living in Manatee County, and this is exactly the way my dad would have wanted it. Our family has served Manatee County as well as our country. We have served in our school system, our judicial system, and several churches in the area, and are a credit to the society in Manatee County, and we would like our voices heard today. First of all, it's not the country, it's the country club. Honorable Chair and Commissioners, the wheels of progress have turned. There is no going back for us. There is an old saying that you can never go home again, and that is literally true for us. Due to the lack of knowledge of the community who now surrounds our land, who do not understand the necessity of maintaining fences and the liability of cattle, to try and farm and ranch now is risky and dangerous. In regards to the trees, if you will look at Mr. Kent Hatch's pictures, I want to point this out to you, that if these trees mean so much to them, then why did they screw the "Say No to Rezone" signs on those trees? And you will see it in his pictures. The fact is, Commissioners, we have worked diligently with MI Homes to meet every one of their concerns. We are not coming to you with complaints. We are coming to you with solutions, because we are good neighbors and we love our neighbors. We have not weighed this decision lightly and took many things into an account before we went into contract with MI Homes. Our lifelong friends still live on Zipper Road, and we still have very close bonds with them and have discussed our plans with them, and you can quote me on this. Not everyone on Zipper Road is in opposition of this. You are not going to be able to please everyone, and no matter which way you vote, you're going to be met with criticism. But by voting yes, you will change the lives of lifelong residents who have contributed to Manatee County. Despite all the fear-mongering, unsupported accusation, and the lack of factual evidence, this project is not going to prevent a single person on Zipper Road from continuing to live their lives on their own terms. No matter which way this vote goes today, I want you to know, and I want the people on Zipper Road to know, the Moran family will hold their heads high as we have conducted ourselves with integrity. We have been upright by being truthful and honest in every detail that we have presented to you today. Today, we humbly ask that you protect our rights so that we can realize the generational blessings, not entitlement, of our inheritance. So that one day our relatives and children and grandchildren can live on our inherited land once again, not as it was in the past, but in a beautiful, safe, thriving area near our family home, near our church, near our schools, near restaurants and medical offices. The future Moran Sinklers who have the privilege of living on our land again will have the type of life that we could have only dreamed of as children. Every person wearing a vote yes sign is saying yes to them, and a lot of them had to go home because it's late. But we let our vote no. We had our people wearing their yes without having to come up to the podium. We are asking that you vote yes so that we can use our inheritance for its best and highest use. And I want to say this, when will the time be right? We've been doing this for 11 years. When will the time be right? I couldn't help, Commissioners, I could not help but notice the sign that you have hanging behind you that says, "In God we trust." Well, the Morans and Sinklers also trust in God, and I believe that God has opened doors that no man can shut. So I plead with you, please take these things into consideration when making your decision today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I have 3 more people. Oh, yeah, and just turn those in. Is Angelo Metalla still here? Have the rare 20-minute petitioner here.
Okay, so my name is Angelo Metala. I'm a lifelong Manatee County resident. I am sworn in, and I have the 5 authorizations to increase my speaking time, although I have to get up pretty early tomorrow also. I don't want to be here that long. I don't have stories about growing up on Zipper Road, although many of the current residents do, and they hope to continue making positive memories in this little community. I'm also too young to have stories about when Manatee County was mostly rural and full of farms, as most of that change happened before I fully understood what was being lost. What I do know is that the last 5 years has been pretty extreme, and the change in the pace of growth has been noticeable to everyone. Like many people in this county, I was not able to purchase 20-plus acres to have a hobby farm. That simply isn't realistic for most working families today. It was difficult enough just to stay in the county where I was born and raised, but I worked hard, and I was able to purchase a home with the most land I could afford. That's single wide that's apparently a boat storage yard with apparently no animals. That property directly borders both of these proposed developments. The first time we drove down this hidden canopy road and saw the increasingly rare agricultural landscape, we knew this was the place for us. I may not be able to reminisce about the past or when hobby farms and farming in general were more profitable, but we are not here to discuss the past. We are here to discuss the future. And I, along with my neighbors on Zipper Road and 18th Ave, hope to continue enjoying this rural agricultural lifestyle, which is quickly disappearing in this county, and this historic canopy road, which cannot be replaced in any of our lifetimes, long after the current property owners and developers are gone. I can't say I was expecting to be called out directly, so I wasn't prepared with more pictures of the neighbors' farms. But the 2112 has cows, 1904 has horses, 1808 has chickens, 1712 has just about everything. Probably easier to say what they don't have. 1508 has horses and chickens. 1715 has cows that border these properties, even though they said no one does. And those cows roam between the two surrounding properties. 1216 has cows. 16208 has chickens. And Mr. Riley told me earlier after this that he did have 2 horses on his property that passed, and he would like to have more horses, but he can't because of the way his property floods. And those are just the ones you can see from the road, as most of these properties are not really visible from the road. This land is not dead. Many of us actively use our property for agricultural purposes. Our property, we don't have a pet chicken. We have 15 chickens. We have 5 geese. We have 3 honeybee hives, all legitimate agriculture uses. And we do sell our eggs and we do sell our extra honey, but no, we don't have a stand. Not that that's a requirement for agriculture uses, because we live on a dead-end road with no traffic. And many of the surrounding residents use their land the same way. That's exactly why they choose to live here. On most mornings, you can hear roosters crowing in every direction. That's not a sound you hear in Lakewood Ranch, and it highlights how incompatible these proposed high-density developments are and how they are very much not infill development. We also share this land with wildlife. I'm going to put some stuff down. Just last week, we had 4 bald eagles foraging on our property. We used to see them more often, but we don't anymore because it changes. There's the mature eagle. I couldn't get all 4 of them in the same picture. It was kind of hard. And 2 crested caracaras. And again, we're right next door. They live somewhere. These protected birds, along with other native animals, rely on large, connected, undeveloped areas like this one. Once land like this is gone, it's gone forever. During both neighborhood meetings, when I directly asked about privacy buffers and landscaping, both developers gave the same answers. There would be no fences unless the future homeowner chooses to install one. 2-story homes would be allowed directly along property boundaries, and landscaping would be limited to minimum Manatee County requirements. Now, I was promised by the bus barn team that we would get pepper trees as a buffer, but I don't really feel that's a good statement. I think we try to remove those usually. Today, I have 1 neighbor next to me and 1 across the street. The current owner of the Zipper proposal lives a half-mile away. His cows on the sandlot are the only nosy neighbors I have. Nice and green. Under this proposal, 12 homes would be placed directly adjacent to my property on elevated land, potentially 2 stories tall, with no meaningful buffer and no plans to protect privacy. These homes would tower over any fencing I could put up. This is not a transition from agriculture to residential use. Manatee County Comp Plan 2.6.1.1, an application for a development order that proposes a use, intensity, height, and/or density that could be found incompatible with the use on an adjacent site, shall utilize techniques to mitigate potential incompatible characteristics of the proposed use. The use of undisturbed or undeveloped and landscape buffers, not pepper trees, the use of increased size and opacity of screening, building setbacks, innovative site design, appropriate building design, operational restrictions on the proposed use, noise attenuation techniques, and a density and/or intensity below the maximum allowed. This proposal does not meet that standard. This is not a transition, it's a wall of development. Our area has a long history of flooding. Properties along 18th Ave and Zipper Road, including mine, drain into man-made ditches and creeks that flow directly through the proposed development site. According to plans submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers, a portion of this creek will be filled. Filling or restricting natural drainage paths increase flood risk for these surrounding properties. Once that happens, there's no practical way to undo the damage. This proposal will shift the risk away from the developer. He says he won't flood. I'm sure he's correct. I highly doubt his properties will flood. On to the residents who already live here. Zipper Road is a dead-end rural road lined with 63 mature oak trees, many of them more than 100 years old. And you know, you showed the 1940 picture, and there are trees. They're just hard to see on the display. I was going to print out the 1946 one because they're much larger in that picture, but I couldn't get to save to my computer. And it was a less blurry picture also. These trees were here long before any of us, and they should remain here for our children to enjoy. Trees like this cannot be replaced in any of our lifetimes. Here's a picture I took parked next to these trees. Oh, and there's the canopy. I guess I forgot that one. So here's a picture parked next to these trees. Notice I didn't park in the dirt like the semi-truck or in the widest part of the road. You definitely can't safely pass when there's someone walking, or even in general, you slow down when people are coming. The road already runs directly against the trees. There is no shoulder. There is no extra room. It is not possible to simply add a few feet or, quote, meander through this road without impacting the trunks and the root systems beneath them. And it is not possible to install a 6-inch force main along the west side of Zipper through the ditches like it shows in their drawings without compromising every single tree in that side of the road. And yes, the water line is existing, but the sewage is not existing. And that was not stated. I believe it was stated twice in this meeting that they will not have to add utilities. But in their recent site plan, dated 10/29/25, 07-09-ZP-PSP, I didn't print it, and I don't want to give you my phone. It states that they will have a 6-inch force main that connects to the 6-inch force main on State Road 64, and it shows it running through the ditch on the west-hand side. And again, it was stated twice that they don't have to put utilities in on Zipperer because they're existing, but it's not. And it also shows a 5-foot concrete sidewalk that appears to also be on the west side. And again, they said multiple times there won't be sidewalks on Zipperer. What is it? So today, this road safely serves 37 homes. Under this proposal, 289 additional homes will rely on the same road, which will no longer function as a dead end. 2 vehicles already struggle to pass safely, especially when pedestrians, cyclists, or children are present. That's manageable today because the traffic is light and the neighborhoods drive carefully. That will not be the case with hundreds of additional homes. This road will no longer function as a quiet rural street. It will function as a collector, whether it is designed that way or not. And when, not if, a serious safety incident occurs, the pressure will be to fix the problem. And at that point, the original developers will be gone, the current property owners will be gone, and the solution will likely be the removal of these historic oak trees to be able to widen the road to meet modern standards at the expense of the existing residents. Surrounding counties recognize this risk and already have canopy road protections in place. Why doesn't Manatee County? Because once these trees are gone, there's no going back. This is not just a safety issue on Zipperer Road. The intersection on State Road 64 will be dangerous for both residents and commuters. And no, I might not be an expert, since that apparently matters, but it doesn't take an expert to know this. Here's a picture I took at the Bayside Zipper and 64 intersection. In this area, 64 is a 2-lane highway with a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. with no acceleration lane and no dedicated turn lane. Bayside already requires police officers to direct traffic during their peak exiting times. Even with only 37 homes using Zipperer and only a fraction, oh, and then here's a picture we took a week or two ago. You can see the yellow sign right there. So even with only 37 homes using Zipperer Road and only a fraction of the approved developments east of us built, you can see how unsafe this intersection already is. We are waiting behind a van who is attempting to race across oncoming traffic that's going 60 miles an hour. That's pretty close when you're going 60 miles an hour, while another driver is overtaking us on the shoulder while someone else is exiting Bayside. Usually, with only 37 homes, there's only one car at a time waiting to turn. Now add 289 more homes to this intersection. The developer claims most traffic will use the U-line entrance. Let's address that claim. Assuming the majority of daily traffic will be heading west, I use the Zipperer 64 intersection as a measurement point. These distances should be pretty accurate based on the current plans. From the far corner of the Zipperer neighborhood, taking Zipperer Road, it's 1.29 miles. Using the U-line entrance, it's 2.12 miles. I don't know about you, but I don't choose the longer route. And if any road is meandering, it's the U-line entrance, which meanders through multiple developments. Now let's look where Zipperer Road and Bus Barn connect. 0.96 miles using Zipperer. 1.62 miles using U-line. So that means the entirety of the Zipperer Road proposal will want to use Zipperer Road as it's the shorter, more direct route. Probably why it's called the Zipperer proposal. It doesn't become the same distance or shorter until about right here at 1.3 miles. Or 1.28, sorry. Only 53 out of the 289 homes will actually have a shorter or similar westbound drive using U-line. And even for those 53 homes, the U-line entrance may still be the longer route because that entrance is shared with the Palm Grove development. And then the roundabout that they're building is shared with the 64 traffic, the Palm Grove traffic, a Publix plaza, and a potential future commercial plaza, although that one was recently denied by this board. All of this points to a significant increase on traffic on Zipperer Road, far more than what the developer is claiming. The only realistic way that most residents would choose the longer U-line route is if Zipperer Road becomes so congested and unsafe that it is no longer functional, and the current residents will be the one paying that price. Once high density is approved, once drainage is altered, once trees are gone, there is no going back. These proposals are not compatible with the surrounding land use, and Zipperer Road is not an appropriate access for high-density developments.
Oh, sir, I'm just going to jump in. We've kind of repeated some of the point. You've kind of repeated some of the points around Zipperer Road compatibility.
I'm almost done.
Okay, just
almost done.
moving
and
along.
I have my 20 minutes, and I'm not there yet. The comprehensive plan makes it clear in policy 2.2.1.6, and this is important because we've heard it quite a few times now. The land development regulations may restrict development potential to less than the maximum provided for in this comp plan to address land use compatibility, public facility, and natural resource considerations as identified in this comp plan. Furthermore, nothing in this comp plan shall guarantee the achievement of a maximum development potential noted in this element in the future land use map. The rezoning does not protect agricultural uses, does not respect infrastructure limits, and does not protect community character. I respectfully ask you to protect the existing residents and deny the Zipperer Road and Bus Barn rezoning requests. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Just turn those into the clerk. All right, I have two more. I have Melinda Lundy. Melinda, 10 minutes. Just state your name, county of residence, and whether you've been sworn. And after her, I've got Mary Chomness. Mary's here? Okay, good. Just, she's the last one that I have.
All right. Honorable Chair and Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Melinda Moran Lundy. I'm a Manatee County resident and I have been sworn. I stand before you today not just as a property owner, but as someone whose roots run deep in Manatee County. For generations, we've cared for our land and we've served Manatee County through our schools, local organizations, and civic involvement. As an educator and someone who served the University of South Florida in the Manatee County School District for more than 30 years, I can tell you firsthand how much strong neighborhoods matter to thriving schools. When families have access to quality housing, schools benefit from stable enrollment, engaged parents, and stronger community support. That is not just theory. I see the impact every day in our classrooms. Strong neighborhoods build strong schools, and strong schools build strong communities. Manatee County has evolved, and so has its needs. Times have changed, and I believe it's time for our land to serve a new purpose. I wanted to show you this picture again because the picture that was just presented was years ago, before the hurricanes. This is current reality. I also want to show you this picture, stamped and dated. The wheels are clearly on the pavement. It's important not to lose those images whenever we go to make our decision, because Manatee County's population has grown 46% since 2010, and projections show we'll reach over 500,000 residents within the next 10 years.
And Melinda, just to cut it, not to, yeah, I'll just cut you off briefly. Some of this we have seen a little bit before, and I know you're with the family, so if you're going to repeat some of that testimony, it's just the same thing. No offense.
Thank you, sir. I was just going to say that picture was not current, but that is. But this property that we have is suitable for residential development, and approving this rezoning is a responsible way to accommodate growth while easing pressure on undeveloped areas. Rezoning this property is not just about development, though. It's about meeting the needs of families, strengthening our schools, and ensuring Manatee County does grow responsibly and sustainably. This proposal aligns with smart growth principles, which support transitioning underutilized agricultural land to residential use where the infrastructure can support it. It was mentioned about where we could travel on the roads, but if you wanted to go to a school, to a grocery store, to a bank, to a fast food restaurant, to the soccer field, you would use the roundabout. You would not use Zipper Road. Modern development standards will protect the environment, manage the stormwater, and address traffic concerns. This is growth done the right way, sustainable, thoughtful, and community-focused. I am respectfully asking you to approve this rezoning request. Approving this rezoning request honors the past while building the future, and will ensure that the land my family has cared for continues to serve a purpose for generations to come. Not as forgotten pasture, but as a neighborhood where children can grow, families can thrive, and community can flourish. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, yes, please. Mary Chomness. And she's the last one that I have, so unless anyone wants to come in last minute and talk yourself out of something or into something. You're going to close the building doors if you do. Go ahead, ma'am. Name, county, residence, and if you've been sworn.
Yes, I'm a Manatee County resident. My name's Mary Chamness. I'm a third-generation Manatee County resident, seventh-generation Florida resident.
And have you been sworn?
I was born in Manatee
No, have you been
County.
sworn? Sworn.
Pardon me, sir?
Have you taken an oath? Sworn?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I was born in Manatee County, lived here all my life. When I was young, most of the roads in this county weren't here, and the ones that were dirt. So to say that I've seen changes happen in Manatee County would be an understatement. I have lived on Zipper Road for 42 years, which I believe is longer than anybody that's testified here today. I have watched as things changed on Zipper Road, and it's been changing for years. People have divided properties and divided them again and again. There are a lot of people that have testified here today did not have a problem when properties were divided into smaller and smaller parcels so that they could move there. They weren't worried about traffic, they weren't worried about water, they weren't worried about any of it. There's been testimony here today that leads you to believe that this is farms and ranches. When I moved to Zipper Road, the only one actually ranching was the Moran family. You can have animals on Zipper Road, but if these people were actively practicing agriculture, their land would be greenbelted, and it's not. If having a couple horses in the backyard is agriculture, then I want to be greenbelted, so I don't have to pay so much taxes. When I moved there, it was already in the comprehensive plan that when development reached this area, it would be developed. It would be rezoned so it could be developed. The reason for a comprehensive plan is so that things go in order and you're not hop, skipping, and jumping all over the county. It's been in the comprehensive plan, it's within the urban boundary line, and it's been approved by the Planning Commission. I will tell you that the Moran family was very thoughtful and careful when they chose the developer. There's been many developers interested in these properties just since I've lived there. I've known of developers interested for 5 years. There was actually people, according to the Moran family, interested in developing it before that. They were very careful in choosing someone that would be mindful of the adjoining property owners and still build a quality neighborhood that would be an asset to the whole area. We've had people here today testifying that don't even live in the area. We've had people testify that don't even live in Manatee County. We have an activist talking about riding horses up and down Zipper Road. I have horses, and I have since the day I moved there. I haven't seen anybody ride a horse up and down that road since it was dirt. Once it wasn't dirt and it was hard surfaced, I haven't seen anybody riding horses up and down that. It just wouldn't be, not sensible. You're going to lame the horse. Yes, some of the people have animals, but they're not really doing agriculture. You can live in a city and have some chickens in a lot of places. Most of the properties are less than 5 acres. There's a lot more that are less than 5 acres than are even close to being 5 acres. So you can't have very many cattle on that. If you check into it, it takes roughly 2 acres of land for a cow. That's if you have excellent grass. If you have a cow-calf combo, it's more. So, I respect their right to have an animal in the yard because I do, but that's what it is. It's an animal in the yard. If you approve this development, it's not going to really change their life. They're going to still be able to have that animal in the yard, but it will affect our life. And one gentleman said that he respects our right to sell our land, but he's telling us what we sell it for. One of the attorneys said there's no such thing as entitlement. Well, why did all these people that moved here years after we did entitled to tell us what we can sell our property, what can be done with it, what we can sell it for? So another thing is they're trying to make everyone believe that everybody in this combined developments are going to be going on Zipper Road, and that just doesn't make sense. I can see the homes built on what is now my property using Zipper Road, but the rest of them, it's a straight shot out to the roundabout, and that would be the easiest, quickest way to get to 64 and go wherever you're wanting to go. There again, they're telling us the time isn't right. Well, when is the time right? Development has not only reached our area, it has surpassed it. The Zipper area is surrounded by development and commercial. And there are 2 commercial entities right now on Zipper Road. So I respectfully ask that you allow us to sell our property. I've paid taxes on mine, lived on mine, and worked hard for it for 42 years. I respectfully ask you to let us sell our property for the best, the best way that we can to make the right decisions for our families without damaging the others. The other people on Zipper Road are still going to be able to do what they're doing right now. Nobody's going to tell them they can't have the cow, the horse, the chickens, whatever. But they are telling us you can't do what's the best for you with your land. So I respectfully ask you to approve this development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Don't see anyone else, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And we'll go to questions of the applicant, staff, or citizens. Commissioner Feltz, you're on. Was that for deliberation or questions? Okay. Anyone else? Questions? You learned nothing during this process you want to ask questions about?
I thought we would have.
Okay. All right. Okay. Applicant rebuttal. We learned nothing.
Ed Vogler. Ed Vogler.
Oh, sorry, staff. I apologize. Staff. Staff closing comments, then applicant rebuttal. I missed a step.
Trying to do the quickest rebuttal in the history of mankind.
We're not that efficient.
The chairman's only giving you 45 minutes for a rebuttal.
Denise Greer for staff, and I was sworn yesterday. Do I need to be sworn again? Okay, so a couple things. I am not Tom Gerstenberger, and I know everybody loves Tom, but Tom and I do coordinate a lot. So he does know about this project, and he did provide the latest model for the stormwater for them to use, and they are planning on using that, and that's why we have the stipulations that we have. Commissioner Bearden, you had asked about emergency accesses versus full accesses. Well, our code does require, and I'm sorry, I have my notes here somewhere. In the LDC section 1001.1B, it talks about primary access, and we also have a code regarding second means of access in that same section, and it's for full use of all the residents. So an emergency access would be for emergency vehicles. Now, they do usually put those gates up when there's a hurricane or something like that, but so that's the difference there. Some questions about Zipper Road. They will have to remove all the existing base, if you can call it base, that's there. It's a terrible road structure. And when we talk about bringing up to standard, that's one of the things that we're talking about. They will have to replace the entire base, sub-base, and the asphalt because it's in such bad condition. I'm sure they'll get to this in their rebuttal, but the force main was inadvertently left on the Zipper Road right away. It should have been removed when they started coordinating with the other project. It's my understanding that they're going to have a shared force main system, but I'll let them talk about that more. No sidewalk is required down Zipper Road. We do have a code section of the LDC. 101.6 talks about sidewalks. If we do have them extend it, the county is required to fund it. And one of the things that staff was also trying to coordinate was saving the trees. And if a sidewalk went in,
That's the trees.
they would not be able to save the trees. So I will let them talk more about the school board and any discussions they've had with the students going through the other development as far as Zipper Road. I think that's all I had, James.
There's probably
Unless you
one-
think there's something I missed.
One last thing on the stormwater management piece. So obviously, what we've heard from a lot of people today is fairly similar to a lot of other projects as a result of Debbie mostly, but maybe others. And that is existing stormwater, the impact of rain events and certainly hurricane, rainfall from hurricanes and their impact on that existing basin. So obviously, we've heard a lot of testimony about the impact prior to this development. So what is the plan, if there is one at this point in time? We're going to hear one at some point to address some of the existing concerns, because this is all pre-development that
On
we've
the
heard today.
pre-development, so they will be required to reduce the post-developed discharge by
No, in that
50%.
area, sorry, not what the applicant's required to
Okay.
do, but what's the county plan for what
And
we're
I have
responsible
checked
for?
with Tom Gerstenberger, and right now
Okay.
there is not any improvements in that Mill Creek Basin. There aren't any scheduled improvements.
Okay, that's all I had. Turn back to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. James McDevitt with the Development Services. I forget how to speak. I was sworn. Just a couple of things I wanted to mention. The length of the cul-de-sac that was originally proposed when Bus Barn came in for 99 units was about 3,900 feet. That's more than the 800 maximum for a cul-de-sac in our code. Let's see. The members of the public mentioned something about the projects being gated. The applicant has changed their site plan. The latest one should reflect that there are no gates proposed for either of the entrances. So the only entrances are to Zipperer Road and to Traveler's Way, or Traveler's Palm, and then the interconnection between the two. There's not an access to 18th. There's not an access to Waterline Road. There are just shy of 1/4 of an acre of wetland impacts. That's all due to internal road circulation, and I'm sure the applicants can speak more to about how they came to that decision. There's no listed species for either project. Neither project is located within 2 walking miles of a school. That's the sidewalk conversation. There was mention of comprehensive plan policy comprehensive plan objective 261, which is compatibility through screening, buffering, setbacks, mitigating measures. The applicant has met all of the required buffering, screening, setbacks for this project with what they're proposing. And those are LDC sections that are implementing that comp plan objective. There is no sewer that's currently on Zipper. They will have to extend their utility service for sewer to the project. And the last thing I wanted to show was a slide. So this is the Florida statute definition that was modified by Senate Bill 208 that provides the definition for compatibility. And I'm just going to read it out. It means a condition in which land uses or conditions Compatibility means a condition in which land uses or conditions within the same land use category can reasonably coexist in relation and relative proximity to each other in a stable and enduring manner without creating undue adverse impacts on each other. Compatibility requires a reasonable ability to fit within the existing community fabric, but does not require uniformity or identical development. Residential land uses are compatible if they fall within the same residential land use category as designated in the local government's comprehensive plan. The UF3 future land use category allows for short-term agriculture, which transitions to low-density suburban development. And that is what's being proposed with these applications.
Do you have a follow-on for the 9 minutes we spent on the cell tower conversation? There is a specific approval request there.
For the height of it? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, the fall down radius. So he was contending that approving this would mean we're in violation of our LDC because the fall down radius as stated exceeds what our code says should be there. So do you have response to that?
So the only document that we have from the applicant is the one that was submitted into the agenda. And their claim was that the fall down radius was less than 50 feet, was no greater than 50 feet.
Okay, and his contention was they're only factoring in the top 50 feet of it, not the rest of the structure.
That was the only document we've been provided.
Okay. What happens if that doesn't get approved? Let's just game this out. What realistically happens if that specific approval is not approved? Like, what are you going to do, tear the tower down? Did they modify the site plan? I'm just curious.
That would have to be an answer for the applicant to make. They
Okay,
may have to
that's fine.
change their plans. They may have to redesign. They may do whatever.
Okay, I'll just leave that for the applicant then. Well, I guess applicant, that's just a question to you.
I'm sorry, I just want to go over one other thing because there was questions on how we could only require a 20-foot paved roadway for zipper. And we do have in our Public Works guidelines, there's the Public Works Department Standard Design Exception Procedures Manual, which the board approved on 4/26/2022, which allows us to get with Public Works, the applicant, Development Services. We meet with Public Works. We get a design exception on what would be best for certain situations. So I just wanted to let you know that we do have a procedure that's been adopted and approved that allows us to make those decisions.
Okay. There's no other, excuse me, we're not doing this. There's no more questions, I'm done. Don't see anyone else, so we'll just go over to the applicant for a rebuttal, and that'll take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ed Vogler. I will be brief. My colleague, Kyle Grimes, will have some additional information for you, but I wanted to make a couple of points to the board. Neal Communities will perform its commitments, period. Number two, we talked in opening statement about the evidence, and the evidence establishes that the project meets all the codes and ordinances, including setbacks for agricultural uses. All procedures have been followed, public facilities are available, and this meets the criteria for approval. I wanted to mention, while we're also talking about this, some disgruntlement about some of the comments that were made about money. Of course, we all work for money. The HVAC contractors and their families, the roofers and their families, the trim carpenters and their families. Development and construction is the largest industry in our community. So it's not just about money for developers. Threatening public officials and their prospects for future elections asks you to ignore private property rights, the fact that Manatee County has adopted a comprehensive plan and a land development code, the fact that there are code compliance criteria that these professionals and these landowners and these developers have to design to, and to come before you and show you that. As it relates to the spin, oh, there's two sides. You're going to have your spin and you're going to have your spin. You want to know something? The professionals that design these projects and that come before you and testify do not have spin. They have licenses. They have integrity. And I'm certain you understand that. As it relates to compatibility, it was very refreshing to hear you read that into the record because it makes so many good points. But I'm going to leave my final comment is in the staff report as it relates to the Land Development Code analysis by your staff of compatibility. Compatibility analysis. As mentioned above, the proposed development is consistent with the surrounding single-family residential uses, the proposed buffers, upland preservation areas, and stormwater facilities will provide adequate separation from adjacent uses. It's compatible, meets the codes and ordinances, and Kyle will give you direct answers to the questions.
Good evening, morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kyle Grimes, attorney with Grimes, Galvano. I have been sworn. Not going to reiterate everything, just going to keep this brief to a few of the items, although Denise and James did hit a few of them. First, with regards to Zipper Road, yes, there will be no additional utilities to be constructed within Zipper Road. That was originally planned before the joint planning agreement. The sewer line will be constructed through Bus Barn to Travelers Palm, and that will be the sewer connection for both projects. We heard a lot of concern about construction traffic for these projects going up Zipper. I've talked with Ed and his team as well. Both are amenable to a stipulation that no construction traffic for the projects would utilize Zipper Road through the development of these two projects. With regards to the cell tower, we did provide the engineer's letter that was submitted with the original permitting. It does talk to the first 50 feet, but what it says is the top 20% or the 50 feet of the tower is designed to collapse first. In a very unlikely event of the tower failure, the tower would buckle or bend over to itself. If it did not break off, it would fall within the fall radius of not more than 50 feet. And under the code, it is section the 531.37 for cell towers. It provides for that separation from on-site residential uses of not less than the fall down radius. And that is what we've provided here for the separation. The specific approval is due to the height of the existing tower. And it's just as to the existing tower. So once that lease is up and they remove, it's not allowed to build another. That is something that In My Homes would like to get rid of as soon as that lease is up. We heard a few comments today about the county's meeting, or about these projects needing to meet the transportation concurrency. I just want to reiterate, the county has repealed transportation concurrency in favor of the alternative transportation fee system, whereby under the statutes and your comprehensive plan, these traffics mitigate their impacts on the thoroughfare network through the payment of their alternative transportation fees, which they are ready, willing, and will be required to do with this development. The James hit on it. This is neither projects are gated. Denise hit on it. We are not proposing sidewalks on Travelers Palm, on Zipper Road. And we have committed and are using the updated stormwater modeling from Tom Gerstenberger, which our engineer has been working with him on. So with that, we hope that you see that these have been carefully planned out projects that, as Ed has mentioned, meet and exceed the requirements of the Land Development Code and are consistent with the comprehensive plan. We respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to deliberations. Start with Commissioner Feltz, and I'm accepting motions to approve or deny from anyone.
Just for clarification, Sarah, the motion.
Sorry, I'm not on.
Good.
Because we open these together, there's still not only just two items. Sometimes we open it and it's like a rezone and the next step at the same time. These are two entirely different projects. We open them at the same time for convenience, so we can get out of here fast. But my point is each one of them are going to require their own separate motion and could potentially have their own separate deliberation to them because they're not the same project with two stages. These are two entirely different projects.
Fair point.
Correct, the two separate motions, and when you discuss
So-
them, do you want to
so-
discuss?
We'll
bus barn
discuss,
first?
we'll,
Take them in order?
okay, we'll take them in order. We'll start with number 7, Commissioner Feltz. That's bus barn rezone.
I would pass on that if you wanted. I'd rather see glasses, the commissioner, it's my district.
Do you want first, last? I've heard
I'll go last.
you're the only one on the board.
Well, I guess. Well,
I mean, you could deliberate on both of them. We just have
Yeah.
to vote on them
We're just
separately.
voting, yeah, separately.
They have to be two entirely separate votes, and make sure we're clear while you're doing deliberation that what you're referring to.
motion first.
Okay, well, microphone first.
Okay, we're gonna make motions first on one at a time.
Well, can you speak into the mic? They can, I know, but you should still speak.
Are we gonna,
So here's the instruction. It's deliberation. At any point, anyone can make a motion, but the intent is deliberation, if there is anything. But you can make a motion to start with.
and no one else was open for deliberation?
No, just you.
Okay, so I could deliberate and make a motion.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, 7 first.
on number 7 first, we have
Correct.
8 on the tube.
And, yeah,
Okay.
which is bus barn.
First off, you guys are, I understand where you're coming from on a lot of things. 6th generation Floridian, 8th generation. But then again, I always say if your family was here prior to the Civil War, we're probably related. So mine ran cows on Morgan Johnson. Couldn't do that now. Know where you're coming from. You talked about wanting to sell and buy some land out in Mayaca. Lots of luck. And run cows out there, and yes, I know what nut hedge is. The problem with this is that our decisions can't be based on emotion. But what were we listening to? A lot of emotion from both sides. From both sides. And spin, come on, guys. You each play for your teams. So this isn't really all of our fault, okay? I wish you guys that wanted to keep your grandfather and your fathers and everybody's legacy alive. Can you imagine where we are when we moved the FDAB? Where we are when we were fighting to keep our wetlands. I think he would have been really proud of y'all for doing that too. But where was everybody? And if you're coming out to Mayaca, you better be ready to fight for that too, if you want to run cows out there for a while as a business. Because we all have to eat, and I know that. Now, we have had various sides of things. We've had staff side, we had the applicant side, we've had a lot of, and I'll tell you, we've been doing this isn't new to anybody in this room. It's not even new to me, I was just there instead of here. We don't want to make mistakes. And we all know, the majority of this board, we did try to repeal the 2.1.2.8. We did try to repeal our erroneous wetlands decision. We're fighting against an SB 180 that really wasn't doing what it was intended to do. So this is where we end up. We end up like this. We end up here for a 12-hour day over things that are what they are right now. And I'm going to have to, this is my district, this is something I drive, we're all, guess who's going to be driving right back home through all of this, right? All of us, please be careful out there. But I'm going to have to make a motion to deny number 7. There's too much involved. It's not a no. It's not now. There's ways to do that. You could have, your family's going to fill 239 homes out there and come on out to Mayaca and start a cow ranch out there. I think you guys could still do very well with this. I'm sorry that your soil got depleted. Usually that's a sign of overgrazing. We
Commissioner
have to be a
Phelps,
little
hold
mindful
on.
of that. And I've
want
made the
clarification.
motion.
It's March
I'm voting
5th
to
for
deny.
the fall one. And that was seconded by Commissioner McCann to deny item 7.
Can I just get clarification? Because we do have 2 items. You spent the entirety of your
I'm not going to say
deliberation.
anything else, don't worry.
That's what I'm saying. You spent the entirety of your deliberation speaking to a family who owns the property for item number 8, and then you made a motion to deny item number 7.
George,
I'm asking for clarification. I'm not accusing you of anything.
I'm done.
I need
I'm
to be
done.
here and
I
vote
said
too.
what I
So
said.
I want to know what I'm
made a
voting
motion.
for.
Can we move on?
Okay, so Commissioner Cruz, you're up next.
Look at grumpy at morning time. Jeez Louise.
Commissioner Feltz. Commissioner Cruz, you're up.
Sure. Well, there's a motion on the floor, so technically we're supposed to talk about it, but since we're deliberating the whole thing and
Yeah.
proving we can't break, I'm talking about both of them. I look at these 2 very different ways. Look, at the end of the day, I know people want to say these are infill. By the pure definition, they're not. Just because stuff's sort of around them. The stuff's only been around it for a couple of years. I was here when I went around it. When people think of infill and the capital I infill, you think of the random lot that needs to be redeveloped in West Bradenton. That's infill. You think of that random little donut hole that's been just sitting there someplace, surrounded by existing services and infrastructure. That's infill. Infill is you can walk to your transit stop and you can get to the grocery store in a few seconds. Not, we kind of build a couple of homes or the concept of some homes surrounding this, so now all of a sudden this becomes quote-unquote infill. I think that's a very broad use of the term. However, you know, I've been pushing to get, as we talked about 12 hours ago, services out there. I understand there is growth out there. I understand there's a need for things out there. And one of the things we need out there is more of a mixed income approach towards the housing out there. And I've always been very public in stating I appreciate what Neil Communities has done with Simply Dwell. So that's why I treat it a little different. I get what you're all saying. And at some point, your project, your land is going to be built, maybe soon. Last year, there was Senate Bill 1080 had ag enclaves in there, and a bunch of us fought it, but it's back this year. There's another bill that's only for ag enclaves. If that passes, you basically can walk in here and at least try to use that bill and not even show up in front of us, but that's not existing today. The difference between the two is you can't get out of your property without Zipper Road. You can't get out of your property without destroying these trees. I don't care what you say. That's too many cars to get down a 20-foot non-conforming road, and you're abutting existing homes on Waterline and 18th. Bus Barn's not. Bus Barn's completely surrounded by its own land and their own properties and homes that they're actively trying to sell, and God willing, maybe one day a retail corner that I tried to advocate for last time. It's got access to 64. The issue with Bus Barn today is you can't build it. You can't build it without the other one. And I said this 5 hours ago. You're tying yourself in here. I kind of alluded to that fact a long time ago. If there was a conceptual way to build the 99 homes or a conceptual way to get 2 access points to build 122 homes, I'm 100% on your side. I'm right now, if there was a way of voting yes on Bus Barn, I would. But there is not today. I just can't. Nobody's come to me and said, this is how we can make this work. I do believe that this is a product type with the schools going in, with the retail going in, that there are people that want, we have a new sheriff substation going out there, a new EMS station maybe going out there. These are all people that want to live in Simply Dwell homes. I fully support what you're trying to do. I just don't know how you're going to be able to do it. The other one, I just think, is something that is going to get built. I just do not think it's going to get built today. I do not agree that it's inherently infill. I do not agree that this is the right time to do it, and I do not think you have the correct access to it. I think you're trying to cram something in, and we've had this before. We've had people propose these projects that are way up here as a flag site, and it's a long road going down, and we've all pushed back. There was one north of Rye Preserve, and there was another one up at 675. We pushed back because there was somebody trying to cram something in where it just didn't belong until the rest of the stuff around it happened. That's going to happen, and I think it's going to happen whether people over here want it or not. It's probably going to happen sooner rather than later. But in my mind, with my vote today, it's not going to happen today. Bus Barn, however, I would support. I just don't know how we can logistically support it today. So that's a discussion that you all can have in the front row before a vote happens. But you do have my support on that one. I just don't know how you can physically build it. Because I honestly, without knowing everyone's vote, I'm guessing that one is not going to go anywhere. And I think you may have a shot if you can figure out how to do it. That's my deliberation.
Hold up. You don't get to tell them that. No, we're not doing that. Commissioner Cruz, you're done?
I'm done.
I'm on next. So I have a similar mindset. Here's the issue, though, and this is what I was kind of alluding to. I feel like this is just packaged wrong. I think you probably wanted the economics to work, and this is the best way to do it, partnering with MI Homes. And then you have the more attainable, call it attainable housing project on this side. So I understand why it's happening that way. I support Bus Barn. I think it's a good project with the appropriate goal. As far as infill, I don't know if I don't know if I look to that as an evaluating criteria. I mean, I look more towards the compatibility side, which I looked at 2611 without the Senate Bill 208 add-on. But even then, some of the measures in there about what determines compatibility, it's the transition, which is the design of the building, some of the setbacks, which there's an argument for that very clearly here. I'll just leave it at that. I support Bus Barn. The packaging is a little bit odd. It makes it hard to vote one down and not support one without supporting the other. I'd just be curious to hear more about how you can work that out.
Look, I'm not on, but just to jump back. Look, Bus Barn, for everybody in this room, Bus Barn does not affect Zipper Road. It physically can't get to it. Bus Barn does not affect Waterline. It does not abut it. Waterline, it doesn't affect the problem. We're listening to the citizens. We listen to all of your testimony, and I think this is the reasonable outcome, that virtually all of your concerns are resolved by Bus Barn going through and Zipper Road not going through it. Everything we've heard in our emails, everything we've heard in testimony today, this is a good solution that also gets us the reasonable housing that some of us have been advocating for over there. Again, I just don't know how you're going to do it.
Why don't you just go ahead? Go ahead.
We know how to do this, and
Hold up. No, we're not. We're not doing that. I'm allowed to open it up for a quick question here. That's fine.
we're answering a commissioner's question about the procedure. And so the answer is this. We like our friends at MI, but we'd like our project too. The stipulation is already drafted to say approval will be limited to 100 units unless there's a second means of access. And so what we're saying, for an approval, we would accept a stipulation that limits the development to 99 units. And then all the stipulations are already in place. So the approval could go forward. When we come forward with final site plan, it'll be just a Bus Barn project and 99 units.
You're welcome to deliberate. We're not doing a free-for-all with their... Yeah, you can, with the applicant. Yeah, the applicant. What, do you have a question for him? Yeah. Of the applicant? We're not reopening witness testimony here.
All respect, Mr. Chairman, we would be denied due process not to be able to respond to a change in the application.
To be fair, that's not a change in the application.
Yeah,
it was
it's
a
not.
stipulation that was already in. They were just pointing out a fact.
Yeah.
They were pointing out a fact in a stipulation that existed at the time. They were correcting my error. When I said, I wish I could do this, but I can't, they said, yes, you can. It's already in there.
The site plan contains things that connect up to this property, use joint amenities, that all goes away with what they're proposing here. And staff has indicated that even with only one access point, it's in violation of the code because the internal road becomes an excessively long cul-de-sac. They need a second
All right, Dan.
access.
I'm going to shut you down there. You're not the county attorney here. So, Sarah, unless you want to weigh in on this one. At the end of the day,
Well,
well go ahead.
Can I ask Sarah a question?
Okay,
A point
go-
of question,
or-
maybe help.
go ahead.
Look, all we're doing is, this is a request for a zoning change. Bless you.
Bless you.
This is a request for a zoning change, right? This is not a final site plan approval. All this is doing is rezoning something. They're still going to have to present something to our staff at the end of the day that conforms to our code, correct?
Well, this is when I started, in the beginning of my comments, when I was saying, have the hearings together, vote separate, because when we get into the weeds like this, I mean, we advertise an ordinance that says a maximum 122 single-family attached units, and they're changing that now. And the site plan says 122 units, so I think they have to submit revised documentation on this to show
But they're
only the
going
number of
down,
units.
though. They're not going up.
If they only want to show 99 units, they got to submit a preliminary site plan that shows 99 units and where the access is. I mean, Nicole Knapp can clarify if I'm confused, because I guess I'm confused.
What is it you all want to do? And it's more of a question for the board. Is the issue the access point or number of units? I mean, we talked earlier about number of units. The trips are negligible. Nicole?
My issue is the access point. I don't care if they build 122 units. If they can figure out how to do it, they just can't get 2 access points. If they can get 2 access points, like I said, I support this project. I just don't know how they physically do it without the other project, and I have every intention of voting no on the other project.
Okay.
So before we get into this, like, deny this one because I'm going to deny this one, and then be like, I probably shouldn't have denied that one because there's a way around it, I'd rather try to figure that out because I'd rather approve that project.
Ms. Knapp?
The concern we have is while the stipulation, we advertised for 122 units, they'd be asking for less, the stipulation would cover access. They didn't ask for a stipulation for a cul-de-sac that exceeds 800 feet. And we didn't advertise for that.
Correct.
Correct.
So,
And during my briefing, they said one was contingent upon the other. So again, since one's contingent upon the other, and, the other one, we're not going to approve, we obviously can't approve both.
Commissioner Ballard.
So the stipulation that they have allows them to go down in units, but they still have the problem that their design for the 99 units doesn't meet the code because it has this ultra-long,
Yeah, 3,000 feet or something, yeah.
Yeah,
This-
3,000.
ultra-long cul-de-sac that doesn't meet the code. And so basically, we need a site plan that meets the
At minimum, we should come back with an advertisement that identifies the or
yeah, the past legal advice of this
Specific
office has always been that when you vote on something, the preliminary site plan should reflect what you're voting on. And we've sent applicants back to the Planning Commission to go through a hearing for less than that. So, and this is quasi-judicial, and of course, we can have all this litigation from everybody, but we want to be clear what we're voting on, and we have some confusion here. I don't go for wishy-washy stipulations. We don't, everyone else, every other developer in town has to show the access in the preliminary site plan. Every developer. So I'm just trying to treat everyone the same and be clear in the record.
Question. Follow up, Commissioner Ballard.
no, that I think that answered my question.
So the option's either vote on it as is or have them ask for a continuance and pull it before a vote occurs? I mean, what
Correct.
else, what other
Correct.
options
Yeah.
are there?
That's correct.
Well, the other question is does this still come back as a simply dwell product because of these changes? Like, obviously, the math is working
Sure,
out
and
this
that-
way for
but
them.
that changes a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this literally cannot even be the
Now
same
we're just spinning
project.
our wheels then
Pretty much.
back.
Yeah.
So
I
it's.
mean, if it helps the board, I mean, I just suggest starting on Best Blonde first because that was numerically the number 7 there. If you want to
You mean zipper,
table
right?
the motion that's made and go
Move
and
on.
vote on 9, on
All right.
8 first, and go back to it, I mean,
Okay. We'll vote on the other one because that's obviously had more support to deny it.
so do we need a motion to table the other? We have
You
a
want to
motion.
withdraw your motion, Commissioner Feltz? We go to the other one, looks like we'll deny that. You want to do that?
Sure.
Okay, so you want to pull your motion? Withdraw it? Well, it's your, your table it?
Table,
Okay, we'll table the motion.
and what about my second?
When you're tabling a motion, how long are you tabling it for?
Once we're
You
finished
have
with-
to have a date.
Well, in like 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay.
Yep.
That's fine.
Just move on to the other
That's fine.
one. Do the
Okay.
motion on the other one.
I'll open up item number 8 and return to 7. Commissioner Feltz, would you like to make a motion? Okay, I have a motion to deny, and I assume continue to March 5th?
Yes, please.
Well, yeah, well, the denial hearing on March 5th.
Yeah, it just meant to clarify that written findings for denial we brought back to the board on March 5th.
Yeah, it's not a continuance.
No,
For
it's
the
just
second
findings
item.
for denial, the resolution.
Commissioner Feltz made the
So-
motion. Do we have a second? I can
Commissioner
second it.
McCann seconded it in that
Okay.
app. So I have a motion by Commissioner Feltz to deny item number 8, not 7. It still says 7 here. I'm seeing 7 here. Then we'll just do it by voice vote, if that's fine. So we're on item number 8, Zipper Road. Commissioner Feltz has made a motion to deny that, seconded by Commissioner McCann.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a procedural question
Do
on
we
this
need
one?
deliberation?
We'll need deliberation on item 8. Any deliberation on item 8? Okay, now we're, yes.
In light of the recent events on the other item, suggesting, from what it sounded, a continuance to remove that access point, we would respectfully request a continuance so we could address that with this project.
Continuance on item 8, Zipper Road.
Before they're taking a vote, if that's what's happening with the other item.
What, I mean, you have no support for this project. Nobody wants Zipper Road. That's your only way to get in.
I have to make the request here, if we're making the changes on that other project that were included with this one, we just respectfully request a continuance on that.
Okay.
So no
Well, I have a
change
motion to
needs-
deny. Do any commissioners want to discuss continuing, allowing this to continue? All right. So I have a motion to deny by Commissioner Feltz, seconded by Commissioner McCann. We'll just by voice vote. All in favor of the denial, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That denial carries unanimously for item 8, Zipper Road, rezone. All right, and Madam Clerk, we'll go back to item 7, Bus Barn rezone. That's okay. We know we're on item 7 now. So we'll bring back the motion, which was to deny the Bus Barn rezone by Commissioner Feltz, with the denial hearing to be held on March 5th, seconded by Commissioner McCann. No, that was a tabled motion. Now I'm bringing it back up. I can repeat it if you need that. Okay. No, it's okay.
Not me.
And it'll be brought back to the board on the 5th day of March, 2026. Any deliberation on this one?
I mean,
Commissioner Cruz.
it's still a motion to deny up there. I don't want to deny it. I want to give them an opportunity to try to show us how they make it work. If they can't make it work, then I'll deny it because there's no other option, especially now that the other one's dead. There's no other way of getting into this property except for the one entrance they have. Now the onus is on them to show me how they can make that work. And if they can't, then it's going to be denied anyway. But if we flat out deny it right now, it goes away for what, 12 months? That's a lengthy time.
Comes back. Well, you can always.
I don't think you can reapply on a quasi once it's denied, right? For how long? 6 months?
A year.
Hold on.
A year, yeah.
Do you want to
Yes,
answer
it's a
that?
one-year waiting period because it involves a rezone. Unless they substantially modify it, it's like a whole different project, and they can argue not to wait a year.
So Commissioner Cruz, are you fine with the access point for Bus Barn rezone? Are we all generally fine with that?
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know how your words all worked. I'm saying, you asked for deliberation. My deliberation was the
don't
motion
wanna
on the
deny
floor
it.
is to deny. I do not want to
Okay.
vote to deny it, but I also can't necessarily just vote to approve
Okay.
it because we don't have an approvable thing. So the only solution right now is to have them pull this thing for a
Correct.
continuance, or we have to vote. And if we have to vote since I am required to vote based upon our comp plan, I'm going to vote to deny it if it's on here because that's what I have to do. Because it does not conform based upon our code right now.
We
after
can always
decline the
continue
other one.
this. Nicole?
Mr. Chairman,
It's
we'd
up to
like a
them.
continuance.
Works for me.
Yep. Well, the applicant would like a continuance. I'm in favor of that. So,
But we have a motion on the board, and with the motion on the board, you have to vote on the board vote on this motion first.
Sarah, anything else?
That's correct. You have to vote on the motion on the floor first.
All right.
It's not being withdrawn.
Well, we have a first and a second, so we can vote on the denial.
If we vote on the denial, can we still?
You would just have to vote no on the denial.
denial,
because
there'll be
then
another
there would
motion
be
made.
no, there would be, still be nothing. It's not an approval, it's just not a denial, and then that would give an opportunity for a vote on a continuance.
Yep. So we have a motion to deny the project. So if you vote no, we'll just get back to a continuance. So is your client not working? We'll just do this by
Mine
vote.
says no meeting found.
All those in favor of approving the denial, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to the denial? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so those in favor of the denial, well, opposing the denial, Commissioners McCann and Feltz. You got it right. Okay.
And
I'll accept the motion to continue.
I'll make a motion
no
to
date
continue
certain.
to no date certain? To no date certain.
Okay, I'll second.
Second.
Okay. A motion by Commissioner Cruz to continue item 7 to no date certain, seconded by Commissioner Ballard.
And can I just add, and as per the request of the applicant, because to consider revising their site plan.
Sure,
Still
whatever.
in there.
Whatever Sarah said.
Sure. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Commissioners McCann and Feltz in opposition. That passes 5-2.
Are you gonna open up future agenda?
Hold on, hold on.
On the
We're not,
continuance?
we haven't opened that up yet. Yes.
Yeah.
Public comment on the already voted upon continuance.
You should have done that before the vote, no?
Anything else? Okay. All right, I don't see any more public comment. I'm going to close public comment.
Why couldn't they ask for the continuance in the morning?
I've already closed it. Comments on future agenda items?
No, comments on future agenda items.
All right, I don't see any comments for future agenda items, so. Nicole, any comments?
No, Mr. Chair.
Attorney, any
No.
commissioners, any comments?
No, thank you, sir.
All right, have a good one.
Good.